Central Committee is one step closer to righting the wrongs. So, comrades, come and rally, and remember that hush owes Mike $1,500 because Mike was fucking right. Mike was fucking right. Mike was fucking right.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host Mike from PA. We are live once again. How is everybody doing today? We are on our fucking grind again. We are on the grind again. You know, sometimes what? Oh, okay. Something weird is going on. We need to fix that. The wrong screen has been captured. There we go. All right. Welcome on in. I'm on my grind again. You know, chat, sometimes in your life and your career, the answer is always stream more, work harder, become more of a workaholic, get on that grind. And that time is now for me. Work less, cultivate mass. Honestly, I need to also cultivate mass. I have decided, chat, that you must become the person that you imagine yourself to be. That is the ultimate expression of your will. Become the person that you imagine yourself to be. That is the mission that I've placed for myself. It's a big one, you know? It's a big one because the more narcissistic you are, the harder that is. If you're like, I am that person, well, it's like, congratulations on being healthy. I find it telling that Ethan Klein and the H3 delusion enjoyers ignore all the things about Sean DeBlack, but constantly bring up you, Hassan, you, and Denims. My answer to all of this has always been that it's a lot less interpersonal than you think. And I think a lot of people are treating Ethan Klein like he has any choice, right? And the reality is he doesn't have any choice. But whether he has choice or not, whether he has agency or not, he's still on the other side of the battlefield, to use a metaphor, from us. And like, I gotta be honest with you, chat. If I'm storming Normandy Beach, I don't give a fuck if the guy up on the heights with the machine gun is there because he wants to be there and he's a dyed-in-the-wool Nazi, or he's there because he's a Czech conscript forced at gunpoint to that position. If he's aiming down at me and pulling the fucking trigger, I don't care about anything else until he stops shooting. And I think with Ethan Klein, he's a little bit closer to the Czech conscript than he is to the dyed-in-the-wool Nazi. But the truth is that there isn't a clean line between the two. You know, I think a lot of this is, he is truly an unrepentant Jewish supremacist, Israeli citizen, whatever you want to call it, who just doesn't fundamentally believe in the humanity of Palestinians, or ascribes to them a lesser humanity. I think that's pretty well established. The Content Cop is at 5.2 million views. Holy shit. And Asmongold's reaction only got 259,000. I just want to say this. I think the vibes are shifted. I think we've reached the apotheosis of the right-wing grift. I think we're at the peak. I think it's all downhill from here. I think everybody thought there was going to be 1,000-year Burger Reich, and it's going to be a tough 4 years, or at least it's going to be a tough period before we get rid of this motherfucker. But I think the vibes have shifted. All right, chat, show me your favorite clips of the Ethan Klein situation, because honest to God, it was too fucking boring. I had to tap out. I don't care if I have 5,000 or 6,000 viewers. If it's just for this, I'd honestly rather myself. Like, honestly, Like I will engage with it as much as I want to, and then it gets stale. And it's already stale. Can I be honest with you? This is already stale. Ethan's a dumb fuck. This is boring. And I am only continuing to react to it because people seem to like it and want it. You know, I can't disagree with the numbers. The entertainment value is fucking abysmal. And he's dumb. And he just doesn't respect the humanity of anyone else. This is what I noticed about Ethan. Like, once I started to be like, does Ethan Klein think other people are human beings? And the answer to that is the only person I've seen him treat like a human being is his wife. Nobody else is treated like a human being. They are like, it's the way I treat my dog, quite frankly. I just, you know, in my fundamental, that's my fundamental take. Also, I'm really happy that I was able to get the message out about the extension being fake. I noticed that a lot more people started talking about it after I brought it up, so that's good. I wish people would, you know, credit the people they got it from. Did you see this old? You were way better with Romeo than he's ever been to his staff. That's so true. I literally never yelled at Romeo. I think the most yelling Romeo ever got from me was something like surprise, like Romeo, like if he was doing something really bad. You know what I mean? Like that's the most like shock, like the shock yell, not like Romeo. I never did that. You're right. You're right. What about the dislike ratio? It's completely fake. That the dislike ratio from the extension is just totally fake. I do think it's kind of interesting how people are pretending it's real. Like, if you pretend like the dislike from the extension is real, you're either incredibly naive and don't understand how things work, or you're a total outright liar. There's no in between. Like, and most of the people spreading it are themselves content creators, and they know it's fake. There's only one person who is in the like anti-Hassan orbit who has been honest about this. I would like to give partial. Don't ever say I don't treat people with good faith. But look at this. What Nicholas E. There you go. This fucking nerd. This dweeb. Don't ever say I act in bad faith, which I don't, which they love. They love that they act in bad faith. By the way, speaking of Asman, we've got a video of him scheduled in 30 minutes. I love it. Good. He treats AB so bad. Okay, hold on. Let me finish this and then we'll look at this. Let me finish this point. The extension is fake. The extension fake. The trad wife pipeline looks a lot better than whatever the fuck that alternative is. Nicholas. Do you have a girlfriend, Nicholas? Hold on. I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find the point. He said at some point, he was honest for 5 seconds. Oh, here we go. IDEB staff is trying to claim the content cop has 85% like to dislike ratio. Crying emoji. Nicholas Diorio, he said this is probably true. Even these scumbag, like this is like, honestly, I think Nick is like a dumb fuck, and he's obviously trying to be the Destiny replacement, which he's too dim to understand that you're never gonna be that, bro. Like you don't have it in you. You're a drama. Like I think the thing about Nick that I admire, and I try to find something to admire in everything. The thing about Nick that I admire is he knows that he has absolutely nothing going for him, and there's absolutely no reason whatsoever to ever watch him, or like he doesn't know dick and he's stupid, but at least he was honest about this. I admire the confidence of just being like blatantly worthless. What extension are we talking about? Okay, Jesus Christ. I need to go on a whole, I need to explain what I'm talking about, because this is the number one argument that they're making against the content cop, because the content cop has millions more views at this point than the content nuke. In 2 days, it's at 5.2 million views, which is, I think, what, 1.5 million views more than the content nuke already. It has massively more likes, 328,000 likes. I mean, this is a huge day for leftists who were edgy teens in 2017. 118K likes. Guys, like, what? This thing has gone mega viral. But basically, the main argument they're trying to use is, oh, no. See, it isn't popular. People hate it. There's a ton of dislikes. And then they show this picture of a dislike bar showing that there's roughly equal dislikes to likes, right? And they're going like, see, look how many dislikes there are. But those dislikes are made up. They're with an extension. The YouTube dislike extension just extrapolates from what users of their extension are doing. Now, if you're the kind of fucking nerd who is like mauling over a change to the YouTube UI from like 2 years ago where they removed visible dislikes, you're fucking not normal. You're not a normal person. You're not a normal YouTube user. You are, in general, somebody who cares excessively about dislikes and it's an always on, like, extremely online nerd behavior. It happened years ago at this point, and it's not representative of the average population. So this extension, knowing that it has a very low percentage use among YouTube users, doesn't want to show like this video has 5 dislikes, because that would underestimate the number of dislikes, right? Because if it just uses the dislikes that it could prove, well, then it's going to be way below what the actual dislikes are. So it just makes it up. I like seeing dislikes for stuff like how-to videos to know what is shit. I'm not saying that seeing dislikes is bad. I disagree with YouTube's decision to remove dislikes in general, personally. But it's not real. It doesn't mean that these dislikes are real. They're not fucking real. And so the extension just makes it up. And the extension tells you it just makes it up. But most of the people that are trying to discredit the video are spreading the outright lie that there's all these dislikes. They aren't real. And I actually think that if I were iDubbbz, I would highly suggest he posts a YouTube short showing it, like showing the number of dislikes. That would be a pretty good move. Did dislikes get removed after the Call of Duty Infinite Warfare trailer? I don't remember what it was. It was probably an advertiser request, honestly. And iDubbbz editors already posted a picture from the creator dashboard showing the percentages. Yes, that's right. And they showed it was 85% upvoted. But it was from yesterday, so people are now on the next cope. But here's the thing about these people. They're not rational, right? Like, I can show you, hey, this extension is fake. It's not real. Here's the real number. It's 85% upvoted. So there are people downvoting it. There are, tens of thousands of people that have downvoted it, but they're the, 85-15 minority. They're a small, loud minority, but they are a minority nonetheless. The content cop is hugely popular. It's a huge boon for everybody who was in it, and it's only going to lead to more and more success for those people. But when you correct people on that, do you know what happens? They move on to another argument, and that is the problem here. They are biased, they are irrational, and they're just going to move the goalposts. At this point, anybody pushing the idea that there's a dislike more than like thing is lying. They are lying or stupid, like literally. That is fucking factually true. And when you prove that to them, they don't then immediately go, oh shit, I guess I'm in a bubble. They move on to another argument. They're irrational. And the goalpost is going to perpetually fucking move. I mean, it is what it is. Ecuador accuses bad losers of assassination plot. Yeah, another right-wing dictator in Latin America. Look at this, chat. It's Cold War II, electronic boogaloo. Fucking great. Did we see the Hassan article on Medium calling him a misogynist? Are you okay? Are you okay? I might ban you. Medium articles are basically the equivalent of some guy just writing something. Who gives a fuck? It's just a micro blogging site. Like, it's like going, have you seen this tweet of somebody saying Hassan's a misogynist and it's got like 10 likes? Like, what the fuck are you doing? That article is from a Destiny person making believe they're a gay Palestinian. Like, honestly, I want you to understand something, chat. The era of radlib bullshit is over. Every time you see someone pushing it, you should laugh at them and be like, bro, you're not really you're just attacking someone based on some sort of immutable characteristic. That shit is not gonna fly. Like, nobody that doesn't work, man. Like, nobody cares. Like, what are you doing? This isn't 2019. This isn't 2015 and you're trying to get Hillary Clinton elected. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, literally shut the fuck up.
And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her.
This woman is like, it's crazy that this woman is a thing. It's crazy this woman is a thing. There's been so many people killed by right-wing violence. This is like to go in front of the country and say all immigrants, especially an innocent man, like this is, and then it's just unseemly to the maximum degree. Now, according to Lol Overruled, she just found out this lady stole all the money that she was raised for her murdered daughter's children, and they are suing her. LOL. Oh my God, is that real? Does anyone have a story on that?
That lawsuit alleges that Morin's 5 children have not partners at the Baltimore Banner tonight, as the Banner reports that lawsuit alleges that Morin's 5 children have not received any of the proceeds from crowdfunding efforts started by family members. It also says Morin's mother, Patty, and sister have kept the money for themselves. The lawsuit also names one of Morin's daughters, who is a legal adult, as her next of kin, an executor of Morin's estate. A law firm representing Patty Morin says those funds have been placed in a trust fund for the children. And the Banner also...
But not zero. So again, prepare ahead.
Yeah, that's fucking depraved. Okay, let's make fun of some of these other points. What was it? If you claim to not like Sabra hummus, Ethan Klein calls you a Holocaust denier.
Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S., so what are they left? And that sucks, that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S., so what are they left with? They're left with a common...
He's also doing, like, once again, like almost a form of Holocaust denialism, which is basically like diaspora apologia, basically saying that hummus is not Jewish food.
Oh.
He says there's no Arab distributors. Of
I don't
course
think
it's
that's
bad.
Holocaust denial.
No, but no, I'm correcting myself because I think it's close. When you deny, like, the Jewish, like, the way that all 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Yeah, from other countries in the Middle East. I get that.
Denying that is, in my opinion, a form of, like, Holocaust.
But the Holocaust is a specific thing that happened in Europe. Like, you can just...
It's a way.
I think you need to
it's
frame
historic.
it differently.
It's anti-Semitic historical revisionism.
Okay, so I guess Ethan Klein is really stupid, but there are Jewish Arabs. Like, for example, Raf. You know, the man that was on the hummus panel? The guy who came up with it, who's Jewish and Arab. So when you say hummus is Middle Eastern food or hummus is Arab food, that includes Jews, but it's not a Jewish food, right? They weren't making hummus in Warsaw, okay? Hummus wasn't being made in Berlin, okay? Hummus is a Middle Eastern food, an Arab food, and there are a lot of Arab Jews, and they made hummus. So the idea of hummus that comes from Israel is not, you know, I don't necessarily consider that appropriation unless you're trying to claim it is an Israeli food, in which case that's weird. Like, you know what I mean? It's not an Israeli food. It is a food from the Middle East. It's not very complicated, but this kind of like weird, oh, you're a Holocaust denier if you think that Sabra hummus sucks, and you think hummus is an Arab food or hummus is a Middle Eastern food. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, I mean, this is the type of shit that you see with Ethan Klein. Just the blatant accusations of anti-Semitism, the unfounded and just despicable accusations of anti-Semitism. You know, oh, you can't say that hummus is Arab, therefore you're an anti-Semite. Like, what the fuck?
At the time, Twitch was banning people for saying cracker, which we all agreed was like goofy.
Well, actually, during that episode, I learned what it meant. And then I thought, oh man, that is actually really, really bad. It means like a slave driver cracking their whip.
Wasn't he just complaining about Hassan eating on stream? Like, wasn't he literally, like, we didn't watch much of yesterday because it was so fucking boring and he's so stupid. But, like, wasn't he just complaining about Hassan eating on stream? Did you know Mike hummus is well known to be eating with schnitzel? Yeah. Mein Schnitzel is lecker, yeah. The vibes were so plural clutchy and self-congratulatory and smug. Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, guys, H3's career is fucking done, right? Like, everybody gets that. Like, he's circling the fucking toilet, dude. Like, he's declining. iDubbbz is getting more subscribers. I get higher viewership than ever. Denims has grown by like 2 or 3 times minimum. We don't even know. I mean, she might even grow even more than that. You know, like so many. I mean, Sean DeBlack, like everybody who's involved in this, Bad and Panada, like everybody is blowing up. You know what I mean? It's like, you need to come back to Vienna. I don't think I'm gonna need to. I think the Trump regime is not. It's not working. It's not very popular. It's kind of falling apart.
Harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
And you wake up and you react to the shit they say because it gives you clicks, it gives you views, it keeps you relevant, and it keeps money pumping in the machine. If you're truly content, if you're truly happy, if you were truly okay with life and everything was good in every other realm, you would not respond, you would not react.
Can I be brutally honest for a second? Like, this is what you guys come here for, so I might as well be brutally honest. From the perspective of a creator, Ethan is dead and everybody's feeding on his corpse. Like, he is a whale that's died and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. And everybody's feeding on a different part of Ethan right now. Even the people that are so-called defending him, what they're really trying to do is angle for parts of his audience that are flying off, right? And those of us who are skeptical of Ethan, we're now pulling off chunks of his audience as well. He is just, and he's sit there being picked, he's being attacked from a million different angles, and his body just doesn't have it in him anymore. Nobody's intimidated. I mean, he's throwing out legal threats. Do you think if somebody is like a really popular creator, they have to sue people? Do you think they have to threaten to use the money you made from a video you made 10 years ago that gave you relevance by pure accident? You think squandering that money on lawsuits is a sign that you're winning? There's no more content coming from him. It's just his crash out. Over time, it went from part of his shows to his entire personality in life. And that's, I mean, like, honestly, those of us who are feeding on his desiccated corpse, it has ruined our content too. My content is currently worse than it would otherwise be because of this crash out. But how can I not feed? How can I not? You know what I mean? Like, he's attacking me, right? Like, he's taking Destiny's enemies list. And by the way, that's why Sean DeBlack, Frogan, me, Denims, why do you think we're at the top of the list? Because that's Destiny's enemy list. I'm a bad guy for something I said about Destiny. Sean DeBlack is a bad guy because of something he said about Destiny, or he didn't even say. He muted his stream and he played a beep noise. And they claimed to read his lips. Literally. This is the level of cope. Is that the Destiny and the Asmongold's and everybody else who's attacking Sean DeBlack? He has 48K more live viewers than you, though. I don't get it. No shit. Dude, do you understand that he's at the peak of being the central figure of the drama and its YouTube video views? Overall, his audience is declining. You can tell that by going and looking at the views on the podcast. Here, let me help you. Also, this is fucking 7:57 a.m. on a Saturday. What are you okay? Here, let me just show you. It's not that complicated. Go to his videos. Look at I mean, it's not looking too hot. Okay, these are the old videos. Here we go. Okay. I was like, why are these 4 months old? Okay. I mean, reacts to the entire content cop. This is his best video, but it used to be typical. That's what he used to get. Typically, if you scroll down, if we scroll back in time, when is leftovers? Here you go. Dan Schneider and Nickelodeon, 1.2 million. Debating Fresh and Fit, 1.6 million. We got Slosh for St. Patty's Day, 1.2 million. Content Court, Aiden Ross, 1.7 million. Look at how much of this content. Vosh, no more horsing around, 1.3 million. Like, look at how these things used to hit. It used to 1.5 million. Ethan gets a low taper fade. Like, this shit. First of all, this actually seems like funnier content. I wouldn't watch it personally. Stavros, 1 million. Like, this was content. Steve, Ethan does acupuncture with Steve-O. I mean, like, sure, most of this is him riding somebody else's clout because he's an old school, you know, YouTuber with lots of subscribers. So he's able to get top tier guests. But notice how, like, everything is 1 million, 1.5 million. Now, what is he doing? 500,000? 500,000? 500,000? 600,000? Call CPS about 600,000. Like, he's falling the fuck off. I got banned on Twitch for showing Hassan's content. 600,000 views. He's falling off, and now he is the prime fucking target of internet drama. The entire internet, multiple platforms. There's a massively viral video, and it's like 1 million views. It's what he used to get for a fucking low taper fade. Dude, he's dying. He's dying, and that's just the way it is. And when and at this point, he's now addicted to the drama, because if Ethan doesn't do drama content, how low do you think it's going to get? All the Destiny fanboys are only there to listen to Hassan hate, and Mike from PA hate, and Denim's hate, and Frogan hate, and Shonda Black hate, and Noah Samson. Why do they hate Noah Samson? Noah Samson is a Destiny enemy. Every single person that Ethan is highlighting are Destiny enemies. Not, like, that's the thing that's funny. Yes, they've talked about him, but there's other people that have talked about him more that are even bigger that he ignores because they're not Destiny enemies. Every single person that's his primary target is a Destiny target. I don't think you guys get this. And that's what's so funny about it from my point of view, is like, you don't have to believe me if you don't want. I don't honestly give a fuck. My reaction to it is more, this is, I know it and he knows it, and he knows that I know it. And that's what's really enjoyable. And if Ethan Klein just stopped talking about Hassan, stopped talking about all of us, and went back to making his goofs and gaffes, I'm willing to bet he would be at a quarter of where he used to be. Quarter.
You would not do all this shit to continue further the drama, bro. And every streamer, every content creator, every single YouTuber is fully aware of this scenario.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me.
Every single streamer that reacts to content is aware of this.
Hassan's YouTube is like, Hassan is not a YouTuber. Hassan posts edited stream clips. He's not a YouTuber. He doesn't produce native content for YouTube. Do you understand that? Like, you know, like, YouTube doesn't like edited stream clips, by the way. If you don't stream on their site, they don't like that.
Reality. You're reacting because you know it's going to pump viewers. You may also feel like, hey, you've been wrong and you should defend yourself. But two things could be true at once. Imagine a content drops about you and you're excited you have content for a day. Dude, Ian should make a content cop about me. I am a piece of shit. Chat, could you guys start saying that I'm like awful or something? I need you guys to start spreading like bad PR about me. Cause this shit where you guys all like me and you guys.
It's all right. Okay. You are, there's a few people, you know what really grinds my gears? When people that are, everyone loves them and they get boosted by everyone, starts trying to come over to could I get some negativity? And it's like, bitch, you're not ready. You're not ready for this. You're not ready for the negativity circuit, okay? You're not ready for people stalking you and going over your every moment online to try to find something to fuck with you. You're not ready for negativity, okay? You just go and be like everyone's favorite. All right, let's get some more of this funny.
What? Are you denying going to a Diddy party? Of course I'm denying. This didn't happen. What are you talking about? Think. I walked into this like...
This is literally a Dan Can't Stream video. This is literally a Dan Can't Stream video. Mike, Myth is black on Twitch. His haters are almost as bad as yours. Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're totally right. I withdraw everything I said. Being black on Twitch, like I could never understand it. Twitch really does hate minorities in general. That is true. Like not Twitch the company. Twitch the company doesn't, but the you know, viewers are much more harsh on minorities in general. This is literally just a Dan Can Stream video.
Back like sphere Epcot looking thing in the back of like the house that P. Diddy was renting for his and was throwing after parties at Coachella, and they were playing like these crazy things for people who are high. Not me, of course. I had only eaten portobello mushrooms, and one of the images that they were playing was like this little girl, this like supposedly attractive, very young girl, like opening up a Christmas gift. Are you denying going to a Diddy party? Of course I'm denying. This didn't happen. What are you talking about? Think. Well, I mean, yeah, he's may or may not have killed people allegedly.
Puffy?
So
Big Puff Daddy?
It's been a long time rumor that he was involved in the death of Tupac. And
Yeah, you don't know the Tupac
I thought
lore?
that was all some other dude.
there was like someone who claimed that it was Diddy.
Nah, Diddy would never do that. Diddy's a good man. He is. He's a good man.
Is he?
well,
You know
that's
that?
interesting. Okay.
Diddy's a good man. You follow him on Instagram. He's got vibes, bro.
He does have
don't
fun for
follow
sure.
Diddy. True.
Anyway, well, I mean, yeah, he's throwing off. Not me, of course. This is very
Wait, did he just play it? He literally just went to Dan Can't Stream? You know, chat, I am a cynical person overall, you know, in the sense that I always judge people based on what their material interest is. But I still have in my heart a kind of, I don't know, generic good faith or generic tendency to just believe that there's some amount of shame that people have, like just kind of like a base. Like I know it's not true intellectually. Dan Can't Stream is literally a business partner with Diddy, and Diddy groomed underage girls on the website he created, Tiny Chat, which was a notorious pedophile hangout. And if you're an owner of a website and there's a lot of pedophiles congregating on it, you know that. Okay, it's not like it's a secret. So basically, like the idea that Dan is going to say anybody else has anything to do with Diddy because they might have liked his music 13 years ago before all this shit was known, or they went to a party where they then broke up with the girlfriend over it. Like, it's unbelievable. Dude, you know Diddy. You're friends with Diddy. It's like the shamelessness is next fucking level. Tiny Chat raises 1.5 million from Kushner, Diddy, and others is just getting started. Tiny Chat co-founder Darren Blake wasn't too keen on sharing more details about the funny, but did acknowledge that they've raised money to scale operations. Assad recalled the party 2 minutes later. It was a Coachella after party, and at peak Diddy's popularity found it unethical and weird at the age of 20. The man somehow was born one of the strongest moral compasses. Strongest moral compasses? No, I mean, I'm sure the vibes were fucking miserable. So is there proof that Tiny Chat was used for that? Holy shit. Sorry for the dead air. I'm just shocked that people are even trying to debate this point. At a certain point, it's like, what the fuck is even going on?
Really bad. It means like a slave driver cracking their whip.
No, it was on camera. It was on camera. You didn't even need to do it.
Like it was.
Food flew out of his mouth like a doofus. Oh, and people didn't hear me rip on you for eating on stream at all because it got butt.
Go ahead, say it again.
Well, let's just reenact the moment. Can you pick the burrito back up?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now take a big bite.
It out.
No, I didn't do that.
Oh, I can't believe that Hassan is always eating on his stream, right? And then you spit the food out of your mouth.
One time in 4 hours. That's pretty good.
When I was 20 posting that dumb shit, the guy who owns that app was 40, getting 1.5 million in funding from Diddy and Ashton Kutcher for his previous website, Tiny Chat, that was used by sex trafficking pedos, by the way. In 2011, Saltzman's company Tiny Chat received high-profile funding from Diddy, something the company was quite proud of. Diddy used the platform to hit on young women, as evidenced in this video that is still up on Tiny Chat's YouTube page.
What up, baby? What's up? You inviting me? If I'm gonna come, we gonna make it interesting. All right? You got a pretty smile off, for real, with them dimples.
Thank you.
What color your eyes?
Hazel.
Dan Saltzman saw that and was like, upload it to the YouTube. Oh my lord. I mean, the accusations. The H3 stream yesterday legit gave me a headache with all the sound effects. Oh yeah, it's absolute dog shit. I don't even want to show you guys Ethan Klein's harassment video because it's so disgusting. I feel like it legitimately might be TOS. Like, it's that fucking gross. He's such a disgusting little worm. What did Hassan say? Dude, he's in fucking Coachella. He's at fucking Coachella. Which reminds me, I saw this video and I laughed and posted. Clip of Hassan going on stage with Kneecap at Coachella. Is Hassan streaming today? Very unlikely. The aura. All right, Hassan's autism is like, I get it. Like, I really do vibe with this because I had to learn when you're on stage, you need to like have zones. You need to have zones and you need to have a plan because you're going to go up there and you're just going to be like deer in the headlights. Being on a stage is tough. It's a tough thing to do. Some people are just born narcissists, so they could just go out there and they just love themselves. Like, look at the aura. Hassan should have been behind him just with his his fist raised the whole time. But the entry though, no, the entry. This is aura right here. Like, this is a fucking painting right here. I would get a print of this and put it on my wall if I were him. Like, that's how good it is. Mike, thanks for streaming today. You're welcome. I always keep my promises, chat. That's the thing. I have always been... It's so funny. When I look at my life and my career, I've always been someone that fights his way up. That is somebody who inspires strong emotions, both positive and negative. Very few people are neutral toward me, right? Very, very few people are like, yeah, I know Mike, he's all right. Like, that's not the take you're gonna get. Either people are gonna be like, I hate Mike, or I love Mike. That's usually the reaction that I get. So this is Ethan Klein. But by the way, so Ethan Klein, and what I said was, Ethan Klein is afraid to leave his house for a haircut. Can someone please give me that clip? I know there's a snarker in here or two. By the way, if you're an Ethan Klein snarker, I just want to say welcome. 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 I don't think it's good to be parasocially obsessed with hating on a content creator and spending too much of your time doing that. That being said, I think a moderate amount of time spent clarifying things around a psychotic stalking community is a good idea. Not being a member of a psychotic stalking community, but being against that kind of community. And Ethan Klein's community is that. And I gotta be honest with you, chat. I gotta be honest. I've looked at Leftovers, not a ton. Like, I haven't gone through it on my own free time. I have looked at Leftovers H3, and this is legitimately the nicest community that criticizes a creator I've ever seen. It's just all factual shit. It's just factual shit. Streamer who's a big fan of H3 reacts to Ethan Klein pressuring AB to illegally give him his prescribed medication. Ew. 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 Okay, now I hate it. I don't like Leftovers. Why would you post this content creator? They're a freak. You guys just ruined it. Ew. Ew. Of course they are. It doesn't surprise me that they are an H3 fan though. Ew. No, I'm just kidding. I just really don't like this creator. But no, but like, substantively, look at this. And like, this is a very important point. AB and Lena being friends with Ian and Anissa is somehow a problem, but Steiny being friends with Andrew Tate is not a deal breaker because personal attacks against Ethan and Gila are the most important than actual real world harm. It's very easy to understand Ethan. It's very easy to understand Ethan if you just understand that in his worldview, if you help him, you're a good person. If you don't like him or criticize him in any way, you're a bad person. There you go. Ethan Klein's morality unlocked.
Lena, speak up for me.
It's scheduled.
No, we know.
Why?
That's part of the issue.
She's busy.
You scheduled it 1 month ahead.
She's so
Why?
busy.
Yeah,
busy,
yeah,
right,
she's very,
Lena?
She?
Who cares? Well, you
get
need a
some
special.
cookies.
You're shaving your head. Go to Supercuts.
I don't go in public.
You could get someone to.
You could
Also,
go to Supercuts right now.
we're
and be done in
loyal
10
to the-
minutes.
You
to
understand about
haircut.
I don't go in public.
No, he's right, Dan.
Yeah,
No, he's
Dan.
right. I mean,
But there's
called
other
barber
barbers that come to your
loyalty.
house, or like could come to
We
the
don't know
studio.
that.
it's because you need somebody to come to the house.
So people like this is a point that I really wanted to see. This is a clip that I really wanted to see. Oh yeah, well before we move on to this, let me just close that out with scared to leave his house for a haircut. Why is Hassan going to Coachella? He doesn't even like music. This just struck me. He doesn't even like music. He likes a little mushroom time with the boys, though. Oh, so true. So true. Kneecap invite. That is true. I mean, like the aura of this. Like, come on. Come on. This is amazing. His friend was performing and got invited backstage. Plus, Will dragged him along. Of course, Will is like as a great best friend for Hassan.
Like, this is literally me telling a black person, like, you need to go talk to Candace Owens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she knows everything about the race and what it's like to be black.
Sam Cedar is not a Candace Owens, though.
No,
let me stick
Sam
up for
Cedar
my
didn't
boy
do
a little
anything
bit.
wrong.
No, of course not.
I'm saying, like,
I get the example you're making, but I just want to make that.
Okay, fair. Good point, because I'm not saying Sam is like them, but you wouldn't send.
How about Jesse Jackson? Go talk to Jesse Jackson about this.
I don't know anything about his politics, but you'd be like,
whatever.
Go, my point is just because you say that this person it's got nothing. It's like me saying, hey, you're trans, go talk to Blair White. She'll tell you everything you need to know.
It's not like Ethan is not capable of talking to Hassan.
Like, this is literally me telling a black person.
Hassan has invited you on the stream, but it's pointless anyway. I think one of the things that people don't like to hear from me, which is the thing that you need to learn the most, is some people are just your enemies. Some people are just your enemies, and that is what it is. Like, I understand why. Like, first of all, can I just say this? I am actually not inquisitorial. I am actually a person who believes in redemption. Like, I am actually not some sort of like asshole. I'm not a red diaper baby. I believe people could change. I believe people could be converted. I just don't believe that online content creators who make money from drama can be converted. I don't think people that are professional conservatives can be converted. So those people need to be treated like, I don't think Republican politicians can be converted. Like, I think those people are your fucking enemy, and a lot of the people that you run to online are fucking enemies. Now, if they are just not a political commentator, then you should be good faith with them for sure. Like, if somebody is famous because they play video games and they have a couple bad takes on a few issues, but they want to have a conversation with you and they're curious, I think Hassan is 100% correct to be seen as charitable and kind and never leading the charge to attack those people. I think that's totally valuable. It's not me. I couldn't do that, I don't think, as a live. Like, I don't think I'll ever be the guy considered to be super charitable. But I am not like some sort of inquisitor who's, I'm not a red guard going like, you say you're a communist, but did you know your parents were upper middle class before the revolution? There's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people trying to red guard me. People will be like, Mike, did you know that your parents were once Republican? And it's like, yeah, they now vote for Bernie Sanders. They're now progressive left wingers. Yes, I know. I converted them myself. They had a Bernie fucking, they put a Bernie fucking sign in their yard. And like, what's your point? Yeah, you're right. They used to be Republican. They used to be right wing. And now they're not. Because I did that. What now, bitch? But people try to use that as an argument against me. Like, oh, did you know that Mike's family was once right wing? And it's like, bitch, talking about 13 years ago, 14 years ago. Maybe you should ask me for some tips. Okay, let's get on some more Ethan Klein videos.
You should be thanking me for even putting your dumbass on my fucking podcast when the whole world hated you and I didn't mind sticking my neck out for you. Oh, is that transactional? No, I expect some fucking, can you not have any expectations for your friends? Like, is that crazy? Okay. You should be thanking me for being.
Okay, Ethan Klein, asking your friends to support your, your political positions on Israel because you had them on your podcast and expecting them to just agree with all of your political opinions that are highly controversial, especially when they're not progressive, right? You're being heterodox. You understand that, right? Left-wing people don't agree with you on Israel. Only right-wingers do, okay? Right-wingers do. Left-wingers don't. In fact, Palestine is one of the main ways we separate actual left-wingers from people that are right-wing. So you're asking people on the issue of the moment where people are separated between left and right, support your right-wing position? That is fucking batshit crazy. If you want to be a right-winger on this, say it with your chest, take the consequences. But if you're going to try to expect all your friends to then agree with you or else, yeah, that's transactional behavior.
Putting your dumbass on my fucking podcast when the whole world hated you and I didn't mind sticking my neck out for you. Oh, is that transactional? No, I expect some fucking, can you not have any expectation?
I mean, what a fucking loser.
Ethan got this button or kill switch as a response to the
Dude, he blurred her. Isn't that just like, I mean, granted, like, yeah, let's be sensitive to her, but it's just like, okay, you're such a hero.
It's just a person crying.
You're such a hero, bro.
Okay.
Are we not okay showing a person crying?
He's trying to be like considerate to her, I guess. I don't know.
Didn't Ethan mock her for crying because there was a bunch of like AI deepfakes of her and she was like she had a publicly vulnerable moment about how it was affecting her mental health and he like made fun of her? Do you guys have a clip of that?
Have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse and I get criticized more and more and I get more defensive and more pulled up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty.
Is my audio levels off, chat? Is my voice a lot lower than the audio of the show? Sorry, this video is like super cooked as well because like different videos have different levels
and not really processing them in a healthy way. That's how he ends it. That's how he ends the fucking video.
10 out of 10.
And I have been kind of...
Wait, this clip sucks. I'm sorry, Comrade Snark, but this clip is way too short. This clip sucks. I saw a better version of this clip.
Oh, here it is. Sorry, my bad. Here it is.
Yo, this is probably the stupidest thing I've ever done. Genuinely, probably. And I'm sure everyone in the world would tell me not to go live right now. I'm sure everyone would. I'm like, don't even want to look at my phone. I'm sure everybody would. But I wanted to go live because this is what pain looks like. This is what it looks like. Okay? This is what it looks like. Fuck the fucking internet. Fuck the constant exploitation and objectification of women. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. Fuck Atrioc for showing it to thousands of people. Fuck the people DMing me pictures of myself from that website. Fuck you all. This is what it looks like. This is what the pain looks like. Okay? Why? Why?
Can you imagine if the shoe was on the other foot? Like, this guy cries and belly aches for a year because people disagree with him on foreign policy and has a extended crash out. Can you imagine how he would have reacted and Gila would have reacted if the shoe was on the other foot? I mean, like, listen, I know that like going like, wow, I can't believe this person isn't being empathetic. It's the internet. What do you expect? You know, but he's putting his face to this. His wife is a public content creator. I mean, it's just, he's so self-centered and so sociopathic that he doesn't even consider it.
What is going on with you?
Sorry, don't mind me.
If you are able to look at women who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of being seen sexually.
You're a monster, dude. You guys are crazy.
Why did you do that? Zach, what the fuck, bro? You're evil.
Oh, they played chestnuts again yesterday? Oh, okay.
Fucking evil.
Give me that clip.
Dude, what the fuck, bro?
What is going on here?
I'm just speechless, dude.
Get it out of your system, because I know this is...
Yikes.
That was insane.
We're just absolutely fucked. Like, it's,
Did they really play chestnuts?
what people were saying on Friday, they were right.
Does anyone have a link to the actual clip?
So,
What you were saying on Friday?
where they were saying it's not 125. So it's...
145.
Well...
DJ Mustard, reach out to Hassan. Kendrick collab incoming.
Chad, DJ Mustard also asked me to participate. I'm not even joking when I say this, and I have no fucking clue why. And
Turn the TV off. Turn the TV off.
And I don't know what that would entail, and I'm scared. And I'm not going to obviously stream that because that's at like 11.
You just do it.
No, it's not all the way until 11, which is why I'm not going to do that. But
just stream it anyway, just so you have it.
We're at a festival, buddy. Time to go do festival things.
Yeah. But
we can come back for the bags, run it. We got all kind of time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We can cut it out from here on out.
Also, it's cold. It's freaky cold.
I know. We need to get merch now.
I need Lisa a hoodie.
I need a Lisa hoodie. Do they have Lisa hoodies?
I'll buy one off a person.
Buy it off Lisa.
If you're here and you have a Lisa hoodie. Mustard!
I have my entire daily consumption has been just beers and 2 breakfast tacos.
I've seen the clip. I've seen the monkey clip. You don't have to keep sending it. I've seen it. It's pretty thin. There's a lot better clips to get them for. Like, it's pretty thin. Okay, I saw it. Congratulations. Okay, it's thin. It's not as good as them playing chestnuts again. Like, that shit is much more directly them mocking people. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see the direct link. Thank you.
Blurring her doesn't erase the damage that was done from those chestnuts on that day.
There's nurse floating around there on open flight.
And he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's in...
That's funny. I'm sorry. Once again,
How is that a known?
I think he forgot what a joke is. I think that might be one of the big problems with this video. He's confused.
Insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But okay.
But that's the snark thing too. Like, they take something that's obviously a joke, they'll world build on
Snark math.
Yeah,
Like girl math.
Snark
There's
math.
Snark
yeah.
math.
He's snark. He's high on snark, man.
Right. What?
Yeah, I do.
What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that.
By the way, he copied the Sam Cedar Candace Owens directly from his idol Sex Pestiny.
Opinion, right? So for instance, when I say black people in general in the United States don't feel like they were lucky to come over on slave ships, and you go, well, Candace Owens could actually tell you a lot of cool stuff about that. That a lot of black people are really grateful for slavery, that they can be here now instead of wandering around as hunter-gatherers in sub-Saharan Africa. It's like, well, hold on, I don't think Candace Owens speaks for all black people here. Oh, ha! Oh my God, got him. So you do speak for all black people? You see how those statements were exactly the same? You claim that black people generally didn't.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me that he gets everything from Destiny. This is, like, I've said this before. But Destiny, for me to like understanding Destiny involved me going like, okay, what do people get from Destiny? Right? Like, because he's stupid. He's a pseudo intellectual. He doesn't know basic facts. Like, he thought, for example, that if you're poor, you don't have to take student loans in college. The only way you would think that is if you grew up really rich, and he did. His parents and his family were Cuban plantation owners who fled the revolution, right, and came to the United States with money, moved to Nebraska. Like, why is this Cuban family in Nebraska? Well, they didn't just wash up on the shores of Miami. They moved across the country to Nebraska, where he was raised in private schools, right? He went to private schools growing up. He came from money, okay? Like, his family had money in Cuba, fled to the United States in the revolution. He went to private schools. Okay. He thinks that if you're poor, you get free college. Because Candace Owens talked about being poor and having student loans. And he like yelled at her and he made Candace Owens look good. So this guy knows less than dick. All right. So when he brings up Candace Owens, it's very funny because it's personal. He's like one of the only people to lose a debate to Candace Owens. Like, that's crazy, right? And like, just some sources. This is his mother talking about it on stream. Just so you don't think I'm like making things up.
Somebody wants to know which part of Cuba we came from.
My grandfather's sugar plantation.
Yeah, with the.
I know we had family in Havana. I was 5 years old when we arrived in the States.
Yeah.
Family in Havana and had a sugar plantation, aka the wealthiest planter elite. If you ever wonder why he's so anti-socialist. And by the way, unlike my mom, his mom is a Trump supporter. He can't even out-debate his own mother. He can't, like, normally you can talk to your mother because she loves you. You know, your mothers love their children normally. And you can like talk to them and you can have conversations with them. And you're not, sometimes they're really dug in some position. But I will say it is very funny that his mother won't even lie for him. You know what I mean? Like, she won't even come online and just for the purpose of helping his show, be like, yeah, he can change my mind, right? She's like, no, Donald Trump is the best. So it's like a double whammy. Not only has he not persuaded her, which he hasn't, she also is not willing to even pretend that he persuaded her. So that's a double fuck you. Oh man, that's good. What a master debater. Oh man, holy shit. So anyway, what was I saying about Destiny? Oh yeah, okay. So he's dumb as fuck. So why do people watch Destiny? What do people get from Destiny? Well, okay, I figured it out. I kind of understand who Destiny is. Destiny catches people who are underachievers and they are upper middle class. Maybe they have autism. Maybe they have problems with socializing with their peers. But they were always called like, you have such great potential. You're so smart, right? So they have like a little bit of intellectual. They're not like completely brain dead like an Aiden Ross fan. Maybe they're like they were gifted and talented in elementary school, you know, maybe they got an IQ test of 115 or something, right? But they never actually lived up to that potential. They never actually, you know, grew up, graduated school. Maybe they had some sort of other reason, you know, they just couldn't keep up. They didn't actually fulfill that potential. So in their mind, they're this incredibly intelligent person with limitless potential, but who they actually are is a disappointment. They're a neat. They're, you know, living at home. They spend a lot of time on the computer. They still have this like intellectual desire. You know, they're attracted to like the form of an intellectual debate. They like the idea of arguing or debating, but they're just not. They just failed gifted kids, basically. And the reason why I call him out as specifically attracting this type of failed narcissist is like, so they're narcissistic, pseudo-intellectual, unimpressive. That's why they're like 50% virgins in his community. He did a poll and like 50% of his community were virgins. That's fucking crazy. All right. It was like 97% male or something like that. You guys would have to pull it up. I don't remember, but it's like that. It's like 50% absolute virgins, 90 something percent male, mostly from these like upper middle class or middle class backgrounds. And that's just who they are. So what are they getting from Destiny? They're getting kind of like it's them if they had been lucky enough to start a mediocre StarCraft stream and shout slurs in 2010. You know what I mean? Like that's it. And so when Destiny talks about literally any issue, he exposes his utter ignorance. Like when he spoke to me, I kept trying to draw him back to like concrete examples that I thought everybody knew. Like, for example, buy, borrow, die, which is where rich people borrow against their assets. They get paid in equities. They get paid in capital. And then instead of selling that after a capital gain, they borrow against it. And because the rate of return on the underlying asset is greater than the interest rate, they have an infinite money glitch that never forces them to pay taxes while they're also able to consume. They're able to consume like crazy, but they never have to pay taxes, right? I tried to explain this to him for why things like stock buybacks and other forms of equity compensation actually are bad for income inequality and for the underlying governance of our corporations. And he just screamed like it was impossible. Ethan is not the problem. Please talk about something more important. Oh my God. This is the ultimate indicator that Ethan Klein is losing. Don't act like y'all did come from Destiny. I was friends with him for one day. Or I was friendly. I wasn't ever friends with him. I was friendly with him for one day. You fucking loser. What are you talking about? When did Ethan... By the way, you don't even have to ban this guy. You don't have to ban this guy. Don't ban this guy. Don't ban this guy. This is funny. This is the ultimate indicator that Ethan Klein is toast. Because his actual friends, this is an Ethan Klein shooter. His actual fans are like, please stop bullying Ethan. Ethan is a good man. He never said he was in favor of the general. Like, this is, his fans are like, oh, he looks bad. Oh no, Ethan, he looks bad. Like, none of you would go into an Ethan Klein chat and be like, Mike is not the problem. Please talk about something more important to Ethan. Because what does Ethan talk? You wouldn't be like, Mike's right. You guys are idiots. Like, we could. He keeps it on sub only. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I post on Twitter. He posts on Instagram so he could prevent getting any replies. Ensconces himself further and further into bubbles. What a fucking loser. Saying the N-word doesn't make you a bad person. I say it. That's an incredible quote. This is the average Destiny fan. Okay, Destiny has more viewers than you. Does he? What is Destiny's average these days? What is Destiny's average these days? Is he a 10K Andy still? Or is he like in the 5Ks and the 8Ks? Like, what's he at? I don't know. Is there a good, like, YouTube live? Is there a good YouTube live, like... You're right. I wouldn't go say that in Ethan's chat. Ethan is extremely irrelevant to me and what currently happening in the world, but it's literally all you cover. You don't do any politics. It's always Ethan a D-bag every day. Okay, Violins, calm down. That's not true. I literally talked about... I understand your frustration because you're a normal chatter, and I'm okay with you yelling at me about this. But I will say that you have to understand that we are kind of coming off of a big drama event where we get to farm Ethan. Like, I do talk about politics. In fact, I talked about politics yesterday. I talk about it every day. I am farming Ethan. You're right. I want you to understand this. I'm farming Ethan Klein. But I also talk about politics a lot. And if you want more of my politics content, I highly suggest you follow me on all the socials because there's a lot of, like, my rants and stuff are being now posted on my TikTok and shit. I totally get this argument, by the way. I'm not even mad at you for yelling at me that I'm talking about these people too much. You're right. I am farming them, though. And here's the thing. They're trying to deplatform me, right? You understand that, right? They're trying to make what I do illegal on Twitch. So we're farming the fuck out of them. Like, but I get you. I get the frustration. I really do get the frustration. 9K average. All the garbage human beings that watch him didn't stop watching after they found out he's a federal sex crimes committer. I mean, like, he's being sued for sex crimes. I think there's an investigation. I don't think he's been indicted yet. All I know about Destiny is that there's an investigation for revenge porn and he's being sued for revenge porn. So that's all I know as far as like legally what's going on with him. But also, Kick is a view-botted platform. That is true. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I was conclusion. Okay. Don't act like he didn't come from Destiny. He's the OG debate guy. Hassan comes from Destiny. Vash comes from Destiny. They all do. I think one of the things that I would say to you, Grams, is like, you don't seem to understand how the internet works, and you've been lied to by a very stupid man. Like, do you really think that I would have the viewers I have because of a 2019 debate I beat Destiny on? Like, 6 years later, you think that the fact that I beat Destiny to debate in 2019 is where it means that's where I come from? No, you were a Hassan waiting room. There's like 90 people that are trying to be a Hassan waiting room. Even if that were true, which who gives a fuck? That's how the world works. You have friends that you stream different times at. That's every content creator every time. Ms. Kiff was like a fucking cameraman for Ice Poseidon, wasn't he? Like every big creator has friends who were also big creators. What are you even trying to say? What is your point you're even trying to make? Mike, you're friends with other large creators who promote you. Yes, correct. That's how the internet works. What's your point? Why are D's orbiters so pathetically irrelevant? Yeah, I mean, how come none of Destiny's orbiters are like growing into 5K Andes? Like, this is literally, all I can say is like the waiting room stuff is funny because it's like, what they're trying to do, by the way, is they're trying to just have a talking point that's a thought terminating cliche. And that's how propaganda works. Propaganda is effective when you create a short, punchy, and wrong statement that people can repeat and which intuitively appeals to them, right? Like, so they'll say stuff like, Mike is Hassan's waiting room, because that to them lets them not have to think about reality and just lets them insult me and kind of like downgrade what I've managed to accomplish, which is I am the second largest political streamer on Twitch. I get millions of hours watched every year. I make hundreds of thousands of dollars doing this. I am promoting and donating to all sorts of causes and candidates, and I collaborate with journalists, and I'm doing all sorts of work. And I have created something that they could never create in a million years, right? They could never do it themselves. And all of Destiny's orbiters don't even get 5% of the viewership I do, right? So how do they avoid dealing with that reality? They avoid dealing with that reality by coming up with a cliche and a thought terminating one at that. A statement that like people saying that saying civilian dying is bad equals pro-genocide Zionism. Yeah, they'll say terrorist sympathizer, because what they're doing is they're calling all Palestinians terrorists because they support a genocide. When they say a terrorist sympathizer, they really mean that's really just the 21st century equivalent of slur lover. Right? Like, that's what it is. Like, that's what terrorist sympathizer is. It's the 21st century woke way of calling someone a N-word lover. That's what they want to do. Anissa is culturally Muslim, as any non-religious Jew is Jewish. I would find it hard to believe that Ethan Klein would be denying the Jewishness of atheist Jews. Ethan Klein wants to defend Muslims because he's being held accountable in the content cop for continuously being a vile person. iDubbbz has apologized, shown genuine change over the last decade, and is literally married to a Muslim woman, by the way. Ian tearing a Quran in half 15 years ago when he was doing cringy atheist shit, right? He was doing the internet atheist shit. And her saying why I left Islam, about her personal spiritual and cultural journey, leaving a conservative religious household. Ethan Klein is legitimately scum. He's legitimately scum. And by the way, that is racism. Because what Ethan Klein is basically doing, which is he wants to say, oh, you're a observant Muslim, you're a fundamentalist Muslim, you're a terrorist, you're culturally inferior, like Asmongold would say, right? He likes Asmongold, he promotes Asmongold. Asmongold says, you're a conservative fundamentalist Islam, believe in fundamentalist Islam, you're an inferior culture. That's what they say, right? But if somebody is a moderate Muslim or a secular Muslim, then Ethan Klein comes in and says, you're not a Muslim. Wow, isn't that a nice little circle you've created, where if people are fundamentalist and conservative Islam, they're evil, and if they're a moderate or secular person of Muslim heritage, then they're not a real Muslim. Thank God we've got the Pope of the Muslims, Ethan Klein. which fundamentally, if you want to understand what Ethan Klein is going to say, it is, do you agree with me and are you helping me? If in which case you're a good person and your arguments are correct. If you disagree with me or you don't like me, you're a bad person and all your arguments are wrong. And by the way, he'll slide between arguments. Like, and here's the thing that's so funny. He'll contradict an argument and then he'll use it. And that's what all right-wingers do. All right-wingers, like there's a Sartre quote that I've always used, and I think Destiny actually started using this one, which is ironic, which is very funny. He was talking about anti-Semitism, but it really applies to all fascist movements, which is, never believe that fascists are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves. For it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. The fascists have the right to play. That's ultimately, if you want to understand fascism online in the 21st century, it is this. Fascism and Asmongold. This is the thing that Asmongold gets you. So what did Destiny get you? Destiny gets you this pseudo-intellectual feeling of like, I'm debating and I'm smart. Even though if you know anything about the topics he talks about, he looks like he's a total fucking idiot. So the only people that end up staying are the people that fall for his Nigerian email scam of a stream. And then with Asmongold, what is Asmongold providing to his audience? He's giving his audience the right to play. That's it. Asmongold is, you get to say the mean, you get to say the bad things. You get to say the edgy things. You get to say the things that good people don't want you to say. You get to believe the things they tell you not to believe. It's not about making sense. It's not about making an argument. It's about giving people the space to be sadistic, about giving them the right to have fun, be trolls, and bother people. It's the mentality of an adolescent boy. That is what Asmongold is giving you. He's giving you a space free from consequences where you just get to be a little troll asshole and piss off your older sister. That's what he's giving these people. And once you understand that, then you're like, okay, the problem isn't like a argument that Asmongold makes, because he is a fucking scumbag. He'll shift between arguments on a whim. It doesn't matter. One day, you know, free speech is the most important thing ever, and the next day, people should be deported for their speech. He doesn't believe in anything. It's whatever pisses off his older sister.
And that's so fucking insultingly, like they really rewriting their history of like, we barely knew him. This is like Trump talking about Epstein.
This is the funniest thing. When I first debated Destiny, this is what he said. When I beat Destiny this bad, this was the review. Listen to this.
Please don't stop shitting on those dumbfuck 2IQ Bernie bros on Twitter. Maybe. This guy was infinitely more interesting to talk to than like the random Bernie bros though. This guy was actually, I really enjoyed this guy's perspective, and he seemed to have like a huge like knowledge of a huge amount of knowledge about electoral politics, which is actually something that I'm like so interested in now that I had almost no interest before. I was like really interested in policy, and I was really interested in philosophy. These are like the two big things that I cared about for politics. I didn't really care about electoral politics now, but now electoral politics are way more interesting to me. And this guy seems to have like a good back. Like every poll that he referenced, like I remembered seeing, and like it seemed like he had a good foundation for knowledge and knew a lot of shit that obviously I didn't. So
this was him admitting he lost the debate to me and he liked me. Now here's the thing about Destiny. I'm honestly I feel bad for this. I honestly feel bad for this because like I fucked up. I went on Hassan's stream because they were having a falling out, right? I think Destiny was feeling that Hassan was gonna overtake him, and he was having like a mental breakdown over it. And I went on Hassan's stream, and Hassan kind of was like celebrating, like, you beat him in the debate. And I kind of laughed, and I was kind of laughing at him. I think Hassan and I laughing at him probably made him go insane a little bit more. Because he was really nice to me after the debate. And I think Hassan and I kind of laughed at him. And I'm kind of to blame a little bit for him being a psychotic freak, but on the other hand, look at the chat on screen. It's all Bible thumps. It's all Bible thumps because I won the debate so much that everybody thought I won. And you could even go to the old comments, right? This debate was actually really entertaining. The start of a great relationship. See, these are old. The evolution that followed this was so unprecedented. Straight up, unironically, Destiny lost this debate. Sorry, Destiny, but you lost this one. This is the most convincing Bernie supporter I've ever heard. This is why you say, that's why they say Hassan waiting room, because when we actually debated, when we actually went head to head, and he didn't have 30 hours of like well poisoning, he got fucking owned so badly he was humbled. This is why 6 years later I'm now fighting with Ethan Klein. I'm now fighting with Ethan Klein because of that. Heidi, I hope you have saved that entire debate, because they're probably going to delete it at some point. Life is crazy, lol. Yeah, I know. It's like, because I made fun of Destiny with Hassan the day after our debate, I drove him off the deep end, and he became anti-left wing. And then it was Michael Brooks. Michael Brooks was the cherry on top. The Michael Brooks quote where Michael Brooks said to him, "Sometimes I'm right and sometimes you're wrong." I think that was the ultimate, dagger that made him go on his like anti-left wing crusade. Like when he lost the debate to me, and then me and Hassan made fun of him, and then the next day Michael Brooks said to him, "Sometimes I'm right and sometimes you're wrong." And the anti-left arc began. Is there a clip of that? Yes, you'd have to find it though. It seems to me that you're to Epstein what the deprogrammed boys were to Ethan. No. That's Hassan. Hassan basically beating Destiny in the political, like people liking Hassan more than Destiny is actually what happened. That's the first domino. It was the insecurity of being surpassed and feeling like I deserve to be the biggest politics streamer. That was the first domino. That was the first ego strike. And then me and all that other stuff was just piling on. All right. Gosh, I want to talk about something else. Who wants to talk about something else? Who wants to talk about the fact? Here's what Epstein said. Okay, rant top memes. I've had to deal with a lot of really annoying optics related shit recently on Twitch. I've operated on my own in this political space for years. How long? I get shit from so many people when I would talk politics on Twitch. Every large streamer's chat fucking hated when I talk politics. This happened in Asmongold's chat. It happened at LSF. It happened in Greek's chat. It happened every single large show I was on. And I had zero help or support, aside from some in my community, for any of this. And even when I decided to start going on to big podcasts to be a progressive voice, even my own community was divided on this. Don't platform these people. Don't argue with them. Don't give them a voice. And I did all this for years without any help or assistance. For someone to come onto Twitch, ride all my contacts to get into shows, podcasts, and then take advantage of the much better space that I've been cultivating almost on my own. And then say, oh, you just got into politics the past few years, LOL. That's pretty irritating to hear. Like when all these articles are just getting written, people like Hassan are creating a safer place on Twitch. LOL, I've done this for the past 3 to 4 years on my own. Bro, you were arguing in favor of incest and racial slurs. And like, this is like the reality of Destiny is he was arguing in favor of necrophilia, incest, white people using racial slurs. Like, bro, you were not creating every other analogy out of his mouth is due to rape. He talks about like abibophilia and underage girls being hot. Like bro, you didn't create the safer place on Twitch. Hassan did. You fucking freak. I didn't get salary from some company or get some support from investigators or some shit. I've done all this work on my own for so long. The idea of someone coming into the safe place I've created almost on my own because of my relentless presence on all of these shows and then try to accuse me of not belonging here, LOL, seems pretty shitty. I knew it was always going to happen this way. Do you know how frustrating it's been over the past year watching people in my fan base bleed over to Hassan because we share the same conclusions? See, this is the worst thing you can do on Twitch. This is the #1 failing. There's even people that a lot of you like who have destroyed their career because they have this mentality. And I've tried to tell people not to have this mentality. I've told so many people that when one of your associates or friends or allies is doing well, do not be this way. Be a cheerleader and then ask them to fucking boost you back. You know, have a conversation privately and be like, hey, can you help me? Can you want to do a collab? You want to do this? You want to do that? You want to, you know, that is the right way to handle this kind of angst. It's not to like try to tear them down. And at this point, it's very important we go to this. I'm sorry to do this. I promise we'll get into real politics in a second. But this is very important for understanding the underlying context of all of this. Like, if you go look at Destiny, this was on Twitch. When was this thing? When was this post? Okay, this looks like, is this September or is this year, month, day, or is it day? Okay, is it day, month, year? Is it year, month, day, or day, month, year? I'm an idiot and I don't know what this date format is. Year, month, day. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. I was just checking because I want to make sure I get the right month. So July of 2019, he was averaging just under 4K viewers. Just under 4K viewers for Destiny. Let's go to Hassan. I can't even see it here. Hold on, I gotta find it. It's so low. Hassan was averaging just under 3K. So when he was posting this rant and malding, Hassan was at 3K viewers, less than I am now. He was having a mental breakdown about how Hassan's viewers are bleeding in. Now look at this shit. Now look at this. Now Hassan is what, 30-some thousand average? He was bitching about it being at 3,000. And this is the mentality that I try to explain to people. It is not a zero-sum game. I will give you a perfect example that doesn't beat around the bush. Yesterday, I had 5,000 viewers. Denims had 10,000 viewers. Denims having those viewers did not hurt me in any way. Period. Now, I could have looked at that and been like, oh, Denims has 10K viewers. Those should be my viewers. Arr! A lot of streamers think like this. This is the thing. This is one of the things that actually makes me a little bit of not a fan of most streamers, is because streamers think like that. Like, they think like, oh, that should be my viewers. And it's like, bitch, Twitch has 20% penetration in the market. Like, there's literally billions of people out there not watching Twitch that should be watching Twitch. And you're trying to create you're molding over like 500 people? Like, what are you talking about? It blows my fucking mind. It blows my fucking mind. And every time people think like this zero-sum game mentality, they fuck themselves, because then they start backbiting, then they start getting obsessed with numbers, then they get in their own head, they have a mental breakdown. It hurts you so fucking much to think like this. Don't think like this. Your friends doing well, or your colleagues or your frenemies doing well is not bad for you. It's good for you, you dummy. And yet, as much as I say this, I'm the only one who believes it on Twitch. There's a couple people who believe it, but I'm the only one who truly believes it down in my core. And this is the mentality of people like Destiny. Destiny broke up a friendship with a guy a few months before he 10x'd because he was growing. And Destiny felt entitled to his growth. What a pathetic fucking loser. And no matter what Destiny says about this, it is what it is. This is why content houses work. Everyone builds everyone else up. Exactly. Exactly. All right. That reminds me of the point that I want to make. Excuse me. The vibes are shifting. The right has peaked. This is the truth. I'm putting my marker down. I'm calling the top. I'm calling the top. Just like I called the top with Tesla. Just like I called the top with Nvidia. I am calling the top. The vibes are shifting. The right has peaked. It is just the beginning. And I, honest to God, think, and this is my most wild belief, I think that right now, as we sit here today, the most likely next president of the United States is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. My mutual on Twitter is the most likely next president. Now, I think that is true. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. It doesn't mean she's not going to piss us off and disappoint us and fuck up. She's going to. But right now, today, that is the, in my opinion, front runner. Now, is it like a majority chance? No. I think she's probably somewhere in the 20s. But that's high as fuck. And what I will say is that the right has peaked. The fun of the 100 days, the honeymoon, it's ending. And they way massively overplayed their hand. They way massively overplayed their hand. And the centrist Democrats surrendered because they're cucks. And that has left the space open for us. Bernie Sanders was at Coachella. Hassan is being invited onto Coachella stage right now. I went to the Bernie Sanders AOC rally and I was given a better reserved space than mainstream media. It was crazy. They were looking to me and jealous. This is the reality. AOC becoming more popular will make Dems have to move left. Exactly. Oh my God, this story made me fucking laugh my ass off. Did you guys know about this Nicholas Decker story? This Nicholas Decker guy? Nicholas Decker is some guy who's just like a liberal, you know, random liberal guy who posts on Twitter with a globe emoji, which is a sign that you're a neoliberal. And he posted this: "When must we kill them?" by Nicholas Decker. Evil has come to America. The present administration is engaged in barbarism. It has arbitrarily imprisoned its opponents, revoked the visas of thousands of students. Let me just say this, chat. Never fed posts, because you're going to see why. All I want to see is peepo smiles and nothing else. Revoke the visas of thousands of students, impose taxes upon us without our consent, and seeks to destroy the institutions which oppose it. Its leader has threatened those who produce unfavorable coverage and suggested that their licenses be revoked. It has deprived us in many cases of trial by jury. It subjected us to jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution. And he's right about the details of what the Trump administration has done. But I want to say this, chat. I never advocate for violence on twitch.tv because it's against the rules. I want to underline this. I am a good boy who never advocates for violence. I'm just a democratic socialist small being. I want to do reform through elections. Okay? That's who I am. All right? But I see this, and guess what happened to this guy? Secret Service came by, and we had a lovely chat. Discussion touched on many points with an amicable resolution of differences. Conduct is fully legal. Now, this is what I want you to understand. They're monitoring social media. Social media is why people don't get assassinated as much anymore successfully, because people post their fucking schizo shit online and the Secret Service is constantly searching and they fucking find you. Okay? So posting shit like this basically just is the same thing as posting a confession. So just remember that. Okay? Remember that. Thank you for those that are answering me without calling me a Nazi and a genocide supporter. Here's the thing about what you need to understand, man. You're coming in here to a community that is under attack by multiple right-wing organizations attempting to deplatform us for the crime of saying that Palestinians are human beings and that international law should be respected. Is this Mike from PA? I can't tell. How can you not tell? How can you not tell? I literally have Pennsylvania shirt on today. I'm making it extra easy. You have to be a hater because there's no way a fan of mine would be that dumb. You have to be a hater because there's no way a fan of mine would have that low level of an IQ. I'm sorry to say it, but like, you have to be a hater. Are you a hater? Are you a hater, Demons Gene? Do we think Demons Gene is a hater? Oh, you look different. Honestly, I look worse than I know. Well, I don't know. I think this headset really is not good for me. The main things that I'm going to change is I'm going to get rid of the headset and I'm just going to have my luscious hair fully captured on stream. Do you think a recession is all but unavoidable at this point? Oh yeah, we're fucked. It's already happened. But anyway, the point I'm making is the vibes. The guy hasn't seen a clip of you newer than 5 years old. Yeah, the thing is, like, it's so funny. Like, even the like cringe compilation stuff they used against me, the like things that they say, like Mike's cringe or whatever, like being like 5-6 years old. Even the stories they tell aren't even true. And like the only reason I'm a 40-year-old man, I don't need to litigate who I had a relationship with 6 years ago. I mean, like, how many girlfriends ago was that? Like, what? Like, who cares? But for Destiny, it was really important. Like, who cares? Like, now I've been in a long-term relationship for many years. I'm very happy. And like, it's just like very awkward where it's like people are trying to create stories about you and like 4 exes ago, but you've been in a long-term relationship for like so fucking long. And it's like, it's so uncomfortable and we like, what are you even supposed to do? That's the thing about the internet is people do shit like that. And you're just like, and it comes from Destiny of all people, twice divorced sex criminal guy. And it's just uncomfortable. What are we talking about right now? The vibes are shifting.
Will hear the case on birthright citizenship.
I made a TikTok of you that's getting some views, and they literally left a comment being like, this guy lied about being a lawyer. Yes, that's not even close to true. Oh my God. The destiny, the sex pestity fucking desperation is incredible.
This May, this is about President Trump's efforts to overturn what has been a right or seen as a right for well over 100 years. This is the 14th Amendment. How it has been interpreted in the courts and elsewhere has been that if you are born in the United States,
no, I didn't.
You are an American
Robinson.
citizen, regardless of whether your parents are here legally or not. Again, this goes to the court in May. The president says he's excited. He sees this as a chance to get rid of it. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, is here. So, this effort to end birthright citizenship.
Yes.
How do Americans feel about it?
Yeah, okay. So a lot of scholars, legal scholars, will say this is a fringy idea. And I think the American public agrees it is a fringy idea. Take a look here, ending birthright citizenship. And keep in mind, this polling specifically asked about for children born to immigrants illegally here. Look at this. Just 41% support, 56% oppose. You rarely get 56% of the country to agree on anything.
Meanwhile, when Medicare for All hits 65%, they're like, that's fringe. That's crazy. Only 65% of people want Medicare for All. That is not enough.
But on this one, they do agree that ending birthright citizenship, even for children who are here to parents who are born or who are here illegally, they oppose that idea. And keep in mind, I've looked at every single poll on the subject, different question wording. In every single one, the majority oppose. Oftentimes, the opposition number is actually higher than this 56. If anything, this is the low level, at least at this point in time.
Okay, again, to be clear, this is a majority against the president.
I would say that Harry Enton is better than Nate Silver, but he's also a disgusting centrist lib. So his politics are pretty much the same, but he is better. Supreme Court hits pause on deportations under Alien Enemies Act. The Supreme Court has ordered a pause on the deportation of Venezuelan migrants being held in Texas who the Trump administration is seeking to remove under an 18th century wartime law. In a brief order issued early Saturday, the court directed the federal government to halt deportation proceedings for a group of men that the government alleges are members of the Chendiagua gang until further order of this court. Justices Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito dissented. On Friday, the American Civil Liberties Union filed an emergency appeal at several courts, including the Supreme Court, saying that dozens or hundreds of men at the Blue Bonnet Detention Center in Texas were at imminent risk of being removed from the U.S. I would honestly say that for me, the moment that the right wing peaked in America coincided with the release of the content cop. I literally call that. That was the top. That was the absolute top. We are winning. The vibes have shifted. The vibes have officially shifted. Now, I'm not saying the content cop did it on its own. I think it was the AOC Bernie rallies. I think it was, just people kind of listening to the shit Trump was saying. I think the innocent guy being sent to El Salvador and the Democratic senator going there, Chris Van Hollen. I think the vibes are officially shifting, and they're shifting in our direction.
Position on this.
Correct.
How has this changed over time?
Okay, so I want you to take a look right here, right? This is this 41% who support that idea currently. Only about
Liberation Day, peak fascism was Liberation Day crushing the markets. Shut up with your correct analysis. Shut the fuck up with your actual material Marxist analysis, showing that the capitalist interest was diverging from the crypto or proto-fascist movement, and saying that it's actually this, where the capitalists have decided that he's too incompetent. Shut up with your correct analysis. Let's have fun analysis. It was content cop.
4 in 10 Americans. Take a look here. This was a stat that I think surprised Mr. Berman. He was surprised by this one. Look, he's shaking his head off on the side. Support ending birthright citizenship. We get 41% now. Look where it was in 2010 during the Tea Party craze, right? 47%. How about in the early 90s? It was a majority who supported it. The number has been going down, down, down on this particular subject, which I think is quite surprising to a lot of folks, because there's obviously the anti-immigration fervor in this country seems higher. But on this particular question, support ending birthright
citizenship. It's not, though. It's actually not, though. This is the thing that is very funny for me, is because I think people are really bad at knowing what's going on in the world. this is a tough thing to do. It is tough to know what's going on in the world. So I get it. But, and this is where like I feel almost, this is where my ego starts to grow. This is where I start to feel like, okay, Mike, check yourself. Don't be too much of an egomaniac, because I feel like most people in the political sphere are just so out of touch that it's wild. It's not that anti-immigrant sentiment is more popular. It's that anti-immigrant politicians were previously gate-kept out of office by elites. And now that gatekeeping has collapsed. So even though this country is actually largely more pro-immigrant than it was in the past, it is the gatekeepers that have fallen, not the views have changed. And it's like, people don't seem to get that. And it's like, actually, the fascist movement in America is incredibly fragile. That's why I'm an optimist. I actually think it's incredibly fragile. Like, I think a lot of young people not liking Joe Biden is one of the most fragile groups of support that has ever existed in the history of the planet. And when a true left-wing alternative is rising, you're going to see big moves among the young. Because guess what, chat? Political opinion is not exogenous to politicians. Politicians and political discussions change political opinion. Political opinion isn't some fixed thing. It isn't a feature of nature. It is dynamic. It is changing, and we can change it.
Chip, in fact, we're near record lows on this number, at least over the last 30 years.
To be clear, support for deportation is rising.
Correct.
So this is running in the exact opposite direction of what you might think. Support for ending birthright citizenship is actually going down.
It's exactly right. And when this was one of those things, I kept looking at the polling data. You know, sometimes you get one piece of polling data, then you look at another, and you average it. It's just very clear. It just used to be.
I mean, like the base, like Asmongold is the face of the right. Asmongold is the face of the right. Stephen Miller is the face of the right. You think these guys are going to win? You think these guys are going to win?
Considerably higher than that 41% right now, which again is at the higher level of the polling that we've actually been looking
at. In a million years, this is never what I would have predicted on this, which is why it's so important to see what the polls are telling us here. How about this issue in terms of being a motivator to get to the polls?
Yeah, okay. So it's not just that only about 4 in 10 Americans support President Trump's position on this. You might also say, okay, but what if it motivates Republicans to go out and vote?
I don't think it's worth coming back if I have zero credibility for watching H3. Here's what I would say to you. Ethan Klein is not a political commentator, man. You and I know that. He is an emotional man who has a position because that's a position that family members have, and it's in his social milieu to support Israel no matter what. He's not a political commentator. He's not somebody who knows anything. He's just a guy who got famous randomly through luck. Like, if you want political commentary, come hang out and watch political commentary. If you're getting your political takes from Ethan Klein, you're in trouble.
Again, this to me was so surprising. Makes you very motivated to vote. Ending birthright citizenship. Just 31% of Republicans. This issue actually motivates Democrats more. 51% say it makes them very motivated to vote. This is just from top to bottom a political loser for Donald Trump and Republicans. They may like his stance on immigration overall, but on this particular question of ending birthright citizenship, even the children who are here from parents who are here illegally, it is a political loser. The majority oppose it, and Democrats become quite motivated to vote, considerably more so than Republicans.
Again, so interesting given that the White House thinks it is winning the political battle right now in issues involving deportations about Abrego Garcia and others. This I know is a separate issue, but again, this is a political battle they're not winning.
This is exactly right. This is a political battle they're not winning. Democrats are winning this political battle, and if I were advising the Donald Trump White House, I'd say stick to other issues on immigration, not this one, because this one, as I said, is a political loser.
Harry Etten, an education. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In our Law and Justice lead, more on that move by the U.S. Supreme Court, which agreed to hear oral arguments next month, May, on whether the Trump administration can take steps to try to enforce its executive order to end what's called birthright citizenship. While the legal fight over the plan continues, the U.S. Supreme Court will consider whether lower court judges had the authority to put that executive order on hold across the entire country. So let's talk about this with CNN's chief legal affairs correspondent Paula Reed and CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. And Paul, the Supreme Court did not agree to Trump's request that would have allowed him to start enforcing his birthright citizenship plan right now. But it does seem significant that they're hearing this argument on whether or not the lower court even has the authority to pause his executive order.
This is huge because we've seen this tension between the White House and the judiciary building, and nothing vexes President Trump more than the fact that lower court judges a single judge can block his policy for the entire country. Now, he's not the only one this happens to. All modern presidents have faced this. It frustrates all of them. But look, no one has had more policies blocked than Trump because he's issued a record number of executive orders and he plays at the edges of constitutional power. Now, the argument in favor of allowing judges to do this is that you have one policy governing the entire country, and the policies can be paused while they are vetted for whether they're constitutionally valid. And I think it's so interesting that what brings this issue to the Supreme Court is birthright citizenship, because for all the bravado the Trump legal team has about how their policies are going to be upheld by the Supreme Court, this is the one where they sort of tell me, we're not sure we're going to win. So it's interesting. It's become like a Trojan horse to get this bigger issue of the power of judges before the high court.
Yeah, and as you note, this is an issue that has that Biden had to grapple with, that Obama had to grapple with, but like you say, Trump's had to grapple with it more than others.
Vox did a good video about the 14th Amendment. Okay, I might have to rip this a new asshole.
Of one judge to block something all over the country. Ellie, what would happen if the U.S. Supreme Court actually said district court judges don't have the ability to make this type of sweeping decision, blocking an individual law all over the country, not just there in their district?
Well, Jake, I think it's quite possible that the Supreme Court could say just that. As you've said, this is an issue that's come up over the last several presidencies, and I think there's a perfectly valid legal question there about how...
So James Carville, who's a centrist Clintonite, and he's an ancient, decrepit corpse, has been saying... James Carville on Senator Bernie Sanders, Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, when you beat a Republican, come back and see me. Bernie Sanders literally flipped the seat from Republican. He literally flipped it from the Republicans while also running against the Democrat. Independent gain from Republican. Like, it's right there. 1990. What is he talking about? People think of Vermont and they think like, wow, Vermont, that's such a blue state. That's the bluest state, man. I can't believe Bernie Sanders, of course he's from Vermont. He's the guy who made it that way. The reason why Vermont is like that is because Bernie Sanders did that, you dumb fuck. It used to be the most Republican state in the country. It didn't even vote for FDR, you fucking idiots. Like, this is like, look, like, this is what's crazy. This is what's fucking crazy. It didn't even vote for FDR. That's how Republican Vermont used to be. When FDR was getting 61% of the popular vote and won 523 electoral votes, Vermont was one of the holdouts. He literally made it the way that people like look at Vermont and they think like, wow, that's where all those hippies are, all those white leftists. It used to be Republican haven. And when Bernie Sanders won the mayor of Burlington, the biggest city in Vermont, a city of like 80,000 people, he won it by 10 votes. Against who? A Republican. Like, these people don't know anything, yet they get paid millions to give advice. Like, it's incredible. It's incredible stuff. Anyway, going back to the vibe shifting.
Can a single district court judge, unelected?
Carville has a very good idea. Okay, can't wait.
Who's David Hogg? David Hogg was vice chair of the DNC. He was a survivor of the Marjorie Douglas Stoneham catastrophe, apocalypse, whatever you call it, mass murder. And he is a young, but very progressive, in a hurry young man, fine. And he is trying to raise money to primary other Democrats. All right, now wait a minute. Let's get this straight. He is the vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and he is talking about raising $20 million to primary other Democrats. Well,
That's good. If you're going to have a political party, you need to have the means to enforce political discipline. A party should be democratic, namely, it should have the political program that the members of the party want, number one. And number two, it should have mechanisms to enforce the party line. That's what a political party is.
When I look at the DNC, ideally it should be an organization that's trying to beat Republicans, not other Democrats.
What the fuck are you talking about? The DNC should be an organization that's trying to accomplish the political objectives of Democrats. Beating Republicans is a means to an end. The political objectives of the Democratic Party. If the Republicans, this is the thing that you guys don't understand. For grifters like Carville, they don't care about anything. If the Democrats and Republicans had identical policies on every single issue, every one, James Carville would still be trying to win. Because that's his job, to play the election game. He doesn't care about anything. In fact, he would love that to be the case, where the Democrats and the Republicans had the same fucking thing on all the issues, so that all the issue people would shut the fuck up and it could just be the team sports and people would still watch. People watch when the Eagles play the Steelers, and those are just a group of random millionaires from all over the world playing a game wearing different corporate jerseys. They don't know what the fuck is the real difference between the Steelers and the Eagles? Nothing. It's myth. But I'll tell you right now, people will kill your ass if you badmouth the Eagles or the Steelers. Fucking badmouth the Steelers or the Eagles in the wrong situation, in the wrong room, and you will be killed. And it's meaningless corporate slop. But yet, I love it. And why do I love it? Because it's about community. It's about solidarity. This is what a lot of anti-sports leftists don't understand about why you need to be in these spaces, because right-wingers will be if you aren't. When your city could unite across racial lines, across political lines, across gender lines, across all sorts of lines of difference, to root for something that is a production of your community. That is what it's about. It's about having pride in who you are and where you are from and believing in something. Even if it fucking means nothing, there's still a collective experience that you're missing out on if you don't care about sports ball at all. And that, you know, if that's your decision, fine. I could get that same feeling in a lot more meaningful place. You know, I get my feelings of solidarity in other places, in the trade union movement, but I still occasionally will have that feeling. I'm a Mets fan that literally made me learn to lose and build up character, and it's an instant bonding thing. It's how I connect with people. Yeah, of course. Of course. After the Eagles won the Super Bowl, I was riding the BSL to Center City to celebrate with the crowd, and I didn't know how Big Dick Nick was in the conversation on the train, and someone wanted to physically harm me until one of my girlfriends talked to him out of it and told him I was gay and ignorant. Oh no. You were probably, see? She saved your ass.
Right. And if you want to have a kind of squad thing where you go, they never run against Republicans. Understand that. The squad never, ever runs against a Republican.
With the exception of AOC.
Who did she run against?
They all run against Republicans. They're just in safe seats that they win by a mile. And again, Bernie Sanders' seat didn't used to be safe. Like, this is the thing that's very annoying and funny. Bernie Sanders' seat didn't used to be safe. Like, I could just go 1990 Vermont congressional at large. Oh, I typoed. Bernie flips it from Republican to Democrat. 92, he wins a nice landslide running against the Democrats and Republicans again. Then in 94, he barely pulls it out. He barely holds it out. It was one of those top targeted races for the Republicans. Bernie Sanders held on. His closest election victory, except for when he won mayor the first time. Bernie Sanders won the Democratic nomination via write-in and declined it. What a Chad. What a fucking Chad.
Dictate policy for the entire country.
Saturday stream, he wasn't lying. Here's the thing about me, chat. I may procrastinate, but there's a saying that I believe in, and you should believe in too, which is better late than never. Ye Akhaus gift. Thank you for gifting the subs. I appreciate you. 25 gifties. He's saying Israel have the right to defend itself. Bro, you're bombing kids, dude. You're bombing hospitals. That's not defensive. Jesus Christ, man.
If that were to play out here, though, we might see the downside of that, which is
better late than never, except for hot tub streams, which are 3 years late. I swear to fucking God. I want to get into boxing shape just to do a hot tub stream. Like, I legitimately should get in boxing shape just to be in boxing shape. It's time to do it. It's time to do it. The thing about boxing is I'm more of a brawler. Which is not good for you. I don't want to do it because I'm 40 years old and I know how I box. And the answer is I just stand in there and exchange blows. I don't like that. It was not good. I did it when I was 18. I don't want to do it anymore. I know how to lift. I'm just lazy. You know what I mean? Like, the only person I have to blame for my like health is myself. I know how to lift. I know how to eat right. I'm just lazy. And if everything I don't know, I know how to look it up. It's just laziness. And that's called personality flaw. You're aware of that, though? It could change your fighting style. Ugh.
A lack of uniformity. Let's take birthright citizenship. How can it be the case, hypothetically, that a person born in the Western District of Pennsylvania perhaps is not a citizen, but a person born under the same circumstances in the District of New Jersey would be a citizen? And I think the ultimate solution there has to fall to Congress, where they'd have to look at laws that would expedite these types of cases.
What do you mean? There's no question. They're born in the United States. It says in the plain language of the Constitution, this is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous argument. You can think that it shouldn't be true. Mike, can I ask you why you push such anti-Semitism rhetoric? Are you Israeli? Mooncake, are you Israeli? Because that is insane. That's an insane position to take. No. Are you? Oh, I know you. You're a fan of H3. Oh, that's sad. You're an H3 fan. Specifically, which of my comments would you say is anti-Semitic? What's the one that you think really is really bad and that I should apologize for? What's my most anti-Semitic take? What's the one that you think Ethan really got me on? I'll keep your thing open. You can tell me. Is it because I said Palestinians have the right to live? Is it that I said that Palestinians should be living as equal citizens with Jews? What's my most anti-Semitic take? I'm gonna wait for you to do that while we go back to talking about politics.
And against a bunch of Republicans in the congressional elections last. She helped her up to plus 30, but I think she helped to come. No, but your point's right. That she doesn't. When you're in a plus 30 Democratic district, I just don't pay attention to you.
I watched a video that said citizenship wasn't specifically mentioned in the Constitution. You missed the part of the video where they mentioned. Do you understand that the amendments to the Constitution are the Constitution, right? Like you know that, right? Like the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Anybody who is within the United States in their body, the United States has what's called personal jurisdiction over you. The only exceptions to this are foreign armies illegally invading the country and diplomats who reserve their status as an extension of the power of their potentate or of their sovereign. Okay? So like a French diplomat is not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because we grant him diplomatic immunity in return for our diplomats being granted diplomatic immunity to give them assurance of safe conduct to represent the governments so that we can maintain an open line of communication and facilitate positive and friendly relations while avoiding oppression. Okay? So that is the only exceptions. All right? If you're in the United States as a tourist, you are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States because you're physically within the United States. You understand that? That's like very basic. This is actually a very important thing to know. Like when you are physically in the space of a nation state, you are subject to their jurisdiction unless you have what I said, those pre-mentioned exceptions, right? Which is, diplomatic immunity is one. And when you are within that jurisdiction, they can enforce laws on you, right? So that is something to know. It's called personal jurisdiction. That's what that's called. That's what that concept is called. So when somebody comes into this country, they're within the personal jurisdiction of the United States and they have a child. That person, that baby, is born in the United States and is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. So at that moment, they become a citizen. Why did we do it this way? Because a lot of southern states were trying to do what they call the grandfather clause. The grandfather clause was basically your freedom and your rights is dependent upon whether your grandfather was a free man. Okay, that's the grandfather clause. That's where that comes from. Your rights being dependent upon whether your grandfather had the rights. And because of Dred Scott, black people were not considered to have rights in the United States, that the white man, quote, need respect. That's what the Dred Scott decision said. The Dred Scott decision said that black people are fundamentally non-citizens. Okay, what's the big race anti-Semitic statement? I'm refreshing. One of them is pushing the poop stuff with children. Why is that anti-Semitic and not just personally being disgusted with the fact that they have shit all over their house? I also never said anything about the kids. I don't know what you're talking about. I said that it's disgusting and unhealthy. So I don't know. This isn't anti-Semitic. Continual use of the word Zionist for any Jew. No, I don't call not anti-Zionist Jews Zionists, and I'm friends with many Jews. So that's just wrong. Do you believe Russia is committing a genocide? No, I think Russia is committing an unjustified aggression on Ukraine, and it's a violation of international law, but I don't believe that it rises to the level of genocide. But it's still a war crime and an illegal war. Ethan has never agreed with the Israeli government but you pretend that he does. Yes, he does. He continually spreads propaganda. He says, for example, that Hamas uses hospitals as command centers. He and his wife have said that Yoav Gallant are good guys. He has said that Israel is not targeting journalists. He has said that Israel is, his wife has basically pushed back against the idea that Israel is committing genocide. It is what it is. He's, and supporting Israel's, he's also supported apartheid. He's basically said that Israel can't allow Palestinians to return because then Jews would be a demographic minority. So he has outright supported the apartheid. These are all substantive. I think you're a dishonest. Okay, what's my dishonesty? And there you go. I just dispense with everything you just said. There's no dishonesty. What am I dishonest? Like, you just throw words out that just say, I don't like you because I like H3. It's not very complicated. Like, you don't have to do this whole posturing thing. Not everybody who you don't like is a bad person. Sometimes you could just, like, this is basic shit. Some people never learn this. But just because you don't vibe with someone, it doesn't mean they're a bad person, right? Like, you're allowed to just not vibe with someone. Like, give me a fucking break.
To the Supreme Court as quickly as possible. And it's worth noting that.
No, you're a bad person. You actively lie about a Jewish creator to push hate on them. I think you have it the other way around. He actively lies about me to push hate on me. It's the opposite. It's the other way around, honey bun. Like, you've got it the other way around. You're confused. Ethan downplays the internationally recognized war crimes that Israel has perpetrated. Full stop. Yeah, I mean, obviously. He does not. Of course he does. Of course he does. By the way, by targeting all the largest pro-Palestinian creators for being deplatformed, by falsely accusing us of like supporting terrorism, for example, I have never said I support Hamas as an example. I've also never said that I'm a Houthi supporter. But yet he has called us terrorist sympathizers, which is just defamatory garbage. What we have said is when you suppress a people, when you oppress a people, armed resistance is going to happen. Hamas is one of the many armed resistance groups to Israelis' apartheid. They're not the only one. And the reason why they've been successful is because Netanyahu has supported them, the Israeli right has supported them, and they have humiliated and corrupted the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. Like, these are all basic facts. But again, you don't care about the details of what's going on, right? I don't know what else to say. Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas, Netanyahu told his Likud party's Knesset members in March 2019. This is part of our strategy. The Israeli government, Israel's longest serving prime minister is Benjamin Netanyahu. That is what Israel is. Like, I don't know what else to say. They have a right to defend themselves. My goodness. What do you think of John Brown and Nat Turner, Mooncake? Do you think that people that aggress others have listen, if you aggress others, if you dispossess others, if you enslave others, if you kill people, then they're going to fight back.
The House actually just passed a resolution along these lines just a couple weeks ago. It was a straight party line. Republicans were for it, Democrats were against it, but as a rule, whichever party is in the White House.
There's some people I respect, but I don't watch because I don't vibe with them. I have a ton of people like that. You know, there's a ton of people that I am positive toward that I just don't watch. You know, I'm not going to name them because I feel like it's shade if you say you like someone but you don't watch them, right? I feel like that's shade. But so I'm not going to say anybody. There's people that I love who I watch. You know, and I watch some people more than others. I'll be honest. I watch Hassan more than anyone else, except for Vio. I think I watch Vio and Hassan roughly the same amount, to be honest. Sorry, Vio. Hassan streams more than you. Stupid, sexy Hassan.
It's these injunctions, whichever party's on the other side tends to favor them.
The justices just agreeing to hear.
Occupiers don't have the right to defend themselves against the people whose land they're stealing. Mooncake, I have one more question for you. I do not respect your content, especially people who will see you. Eventually, people will see you for who you are. Interesting that you don't think Russia should be held to a similar standard, because Russia is not committing the same crime that Israel is. Russia is committing a crime against another nation state that is defending itself with a constituted military and getting lots of aid and assistance to do so, while also being sanctioned by the world. So Russia is facing far more consequences for its illegal actions than Israel is. Israel has received $330 billion from the United States, which is a number that's so large you can't even comprehend it. You can't comprehend 330 billion. How do I know? Because very few people can. That's what the United States is doing. The United States is providing diplomatic cover in the United Nations. The United States is providing military assistance. The United States is attacking Israel's enemies in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen. The United States is providing a multi-aircraft carrier threat. The United States is assisting in anti-air defenses. The United States is sending THAAD missile defense systems, which is our most advanced system, which we don't even give to European allies. We're sending 2 THAAD batteries that cost $1 billion each, and the military boots on the ground to run it to defend Israel from military intervention. The United States, and what happens to Israel is getting poured in unlimited weapons and assistance, whereas Russia is being sanctioned by the United States. Russia is, if we were giving billions of dollars of weapons to the Palestinians, you might have a point, but we're not. Again, you are just delusional. The Palestinians don't have a state. They're a stateless people who have been occupied and dispossessed since 1948. You are just delusional. You don't know what you're talking about. Your talking points are stupid, quite frankly. Does the U.S. have an arrest warrant as of yet? The International Criminal Court has indicted Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant for war crimes. Israel, Amnesty International, which, do you even know what that is? Like, do you even know what any of this shit is that I'm saying? Does it even impact your brain? Because, like, I feel like it's at a certain point when you're so wrong, you just stop looking at all the information. You just close your eyes and you do backlash theory. There's something, chat, if you want to know why this person could never be convinced right now, is because do you know how much of a psychic injury it would take to say they were wrong? It's literally, it's pretty much impossible for most people to do this. It's called the backlash effect. When you're proven firmly wrong, people just can't handle it. People just can't handle it. Oh, it's not the backlash effect that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of a different term for it. What is the word for it? Fuck. Backfire effect. Thank you. The backfire effect. That's the one I'm thinking of. The backfire effect. There you go. Belief perseverance, also known as conceptual conservatism, is a maintenance of belief despite new information that firmly contradicts it. This is a well-known phenomenon where, like, you're gonna have this. You came in here with this conclusion that I'm anti-Semitic and I bat on Russia for some reason, and like all sorts of stupid beliefs that are totally ridiculous. And there's no way for me to disprove it because you are dug in, and you're never gonna change your mind. And there's nothing that could change your mind. And you and I agree on that, right? Mike, did you go to school? I am far. I think I'm like the most like of all the political streamers. I think I have the most education. So what is it? Like, where did you, like, also, I don't even think that matters, honestly. I don't think credentials make you right or wrong. Okay, you could dismiss them, but you can't disprove it. I just did on the merits. This is actually great. I love that we finally got some Ethan Klein shooters in the chat. Finally. I think Mooncake is legitimately just an Ethan Klein fan. Thankfully, finally, it's been months. I've been waiting. This is like a mythical pool. Mike, if you're smart, I watch you because you're a cutie pie. Thank you. Okay. Hold on, chat. I need to like look at my battery. How's the battery? Oh, it's fully charged. Nice. Okay, cool. Asmon's fans are funnier. Yeah, they are funnier.
hear arguments over President Trump's plan to end birthright citizenship.
Oh, they're a Destiny orbiter? Oh. I have a professional degree. I have what's known as a Juris Doctorate. What are you at? What are you rocking over there? So what happens in America is you have an undergraduate degree that, yeah, I have, and then you go back to school for law school, and then you get what's called a Doctorate of Jurisprudence, or a JD. So I am more educated than you. Okay, and why does that matter? Who cares? I could be more educated than you and wrong. Who gives a shit? Why does that matter? Why are you trying to pull credentials? That literally doesn't even matter that I'm more educated than you. It doesn't matter. Can you talk about the technique Ethan uses to gaslight and how it can be so effective? It's not. It's actually not effective. Basically, what's happening is the only people that are agreeing with Ethan are literally parasocial with Ethan. He's losing everyone. Like, it's literally not working. Now, you're never going to have a complete collapse to zero. So if you're expecting somebody to go to completely to zero, it's very, very hard for that to happen unless they do the ultimate sin. You know what the secret of never really losing on the internet is? If you stop streaming, then you go to zero. If you stop creating content, then people forget you and they replace you. So as long as he keeps slamming his head into the wall, he's going to maintain some amount of fans, and it's going to very slowly and slowly and slowly and slowly run out.
CNN's chief.
Mike, former liberal here, is the Supreme Court's decision on blocking the Trump Admin and Alien Invasion Act yesterday a victory and a signal that he may be tired of this administration and not adhering to judicial process? The answer to, hey, Austin, what you up to, brother? Hey, chat, friend of the show. Hey, chat, friend of the show, Austin Show. One of the people who made me, honestly. I feel like Austin Show gets like less credit for making me than Hassan. And honestly, Austin was one of the people that made me. See how he's been a longtime follower since 2020? Like, Austin Show, underrated. I finished third on one of the Royales, chat. I finished third on my first Royale. I don't know if you guys know that, which is pretty good for me because I'm not that hot. You know what I mean? And I don't really know how to set up a stream correctly. How old is Mike? Old. I think I'm one of the oldest people that streams. Like, you know, I'm like Northern Lion age. Okay, that's old. The situation in Israel and the Palestinian territories is complex. It is important to consider both the right of a nation to protect its citizens and the rights of others. Is that Chat GPT? Did you just Chat GPT me? Did you just AI post? Here's what I would suggest for you, Mooncake. Do you know what Amnesty International is? If you really want to know why I feel the way I do about Israel, I want you to read this report. Now, this is a lot of effort. You know, there's a lot of effort. Now, here, you know what? Let me find you a video. We watched this the other day. And then we're going to talk more about Austin because he's more important than whatever you're saying. But Amnesty International Palestine. Oh, look, it didn't. Okay, so Israel's genocide against Palestinians in Gaza revealed through evidence and analysis. And then also, is Israel committing the crime of apartheid? Amnesty International is the world's largest human rights organization. Go ahead and watch these videos. I'll put them
when you hear the word apartheid,
for you. They're very short. It's very easy for you to understand, right? They're committing the international crime of apartheid and the international. Oh, look, look at that. It's fucking flagged. So there you go. Go ahead and watch these. Go and do me a book report on these videos, and then we can chat again. Okay, you're boring. All right. Anyway, Mike, so anyway, getting back to Austin's question, which is a more important question. Austin, I don't know if you're still here. It is true. It's true. Thank you, Austin. Thank you for backing me up for finishing third in a Royale. I should get a bronze medal for that. No, we don't use those words, Visari. I should get a bronze Royale for finishing third. Anyway, what was I saying? Okay. So the answer to you, Austin, is yes. Here's the problem, is that in our government, the executive branch has gained more and more and more authority and power, and the other branches have kind of given it up to the executive. And so the question we have to ask is are the justices convinced that not standing up to Trump will be a fatal blow to their legitimacy? And do they believe that they will have the support of the public? That is the question we have to ask, because the best way to analyze legal decisions Austin, have I talked to you about this before? But it's called legal realism. All right. This is former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. was a big proponent of realism, legal realism, which basically says that the law is not based on what the plain language of the laws are. It's not what precedent says it is, but it's rather up to the individual biases and the kind of prevailing sentiment and the prejudices of society that gives a kind of pragmatic interpretation. And that pragmatic interpretation shifts based on the political needs of the judges, right? And so what Donald Trump is doing is really questioning the power of the Supreme Court in a fundamental way. So when he loses that case, it is the justices reasserting their own power. That doesn't end the question, because we have to then compel Trump to follow the rulings that the court has put out. At what point would the judicial branch decide to impeach the president? The judicial branch can't impeach the president. The power to impeach is in the legislative branch. So it has to be Congress, namely the House of Representatives does the impeachment and the Senate does the trial, and to remove him from office requires 2/3 majority or 67 senators in the Senate. Is that impossible? There's also a 25th Amendment for manifest incapacity. Why start with 1948 when they named Israel? Why not start at 1917 when Britain massacred Palestinians and Lord Balfour wrote his little declaration for the Zionist Federation? Why not start at the first attack and ask Americans why they're upholding the Balfour Declaration? Oh yeah, I mean, that's a great point. That's a great point. An impeachment at this point is a liberal pipe dream. I agree with you, Austin, but I will say this. Lib Mike in the chat. Get DSA libs in the chat. I think that if they legitimately crash the stock market and the economy, like if we actually get into a depression from his dumbass tariffs and he fucks up, if he actually does it and the stock market is dropping like seriously more than it is now, and the unemployment rate rises to 10-15%, and millions of people are being foreclosed on, and all sorts of previously healthy businesses are now forced to close, and all of our lives are heavily disrupted, and he's super fucking unpopular, then he might be able to be impeached. But only then. So that is what I would say. Like, if the economy actually fucking crashes hardcore, then anything is possible, because people will be trying to save their own ass. Then JD Vance is going to be president, they'll remove his ass too. He lost the moderates and the business class is falling out of line. Yeah, I think the right-wing vibes have peaked. I'm calling it. Maybe I'm too early, but I feel like it's peaks. We have to reach a point where the party feels as its association to Trump will tank their own future political aspirations. Exactly correct. Exactly correct. And the only way to do that is to draw, and ironically, Austin, the only way to make the Republicans get rid of Trump is to make everybody think that the Republicans are Trump. You can't get Republicans, you can't get people to abandon Republicans unless you make Republicans toxic. And this is what centrist Democrats seemingly can't learn, is you have to destroy the Republican Party to save it. And I don't particularly want to save it. I want to have a one-party socialist state. That's confession here. But from the perspective of a lib, if you cared about multi-party democracy, then you need to have the Republicans fully chastised.
Supreme Court analyst Joan Biskupik is joining us now with the details. So they're going to hear this. I guess the question then will be...
By the way, Austin, I need to have you on my stream in person. I'm literally working on my stream setup. It's going to be great. You're going to come onto my stream in person. I don't think you're wrong, Mike. I think it's a base take. It does feel as if they're peaked because they're starting to get pushback. Oh, they've peaked. They fucking peaked. Let's do it. Okay. Look at that, chat. At least I have one friend, right, Austin? No, I'm kidding. I'm memeing, chat. I'm memeing. My favorite thing about being a person of controversy is like people speculate on your friendships and your relationships so much, and it's wild. It actually is. In the voice of Dan from H3H3, it is fucking. Hold on, I have to get into a voice chat. My thing works, I swear. Wild. It's very uncomfortable.
When will we learn what they feel about that after the hearing?
How is a single state solution possible at this point? The same way it was possible in the southern United States. The same way it was possible in South Africa. You just stop doing the oppression, and then people go, oh. I guess the idea that if black people got civil rights, they would run around killing all the white people was wrong. Oh. I guess people just want to live in equality and freedom and peace. You understand that oppressed populations just want to be treated like human. They don't want revenge. Like, they legitimately don't. Even Jews didn't want revenge against Germans. The Germans nearly annihilated the world Jewry. And did world Jewry go and kill all the Germans? No, they just wanted to be left in peace. Yes, they wanted some compensation. Yes, they wanted some reparation. But did they go and call for the destruction of the German nation? Outside of a few fringe voices, the answer is no. So if you gave Palestinians freedom, if you treated them like human beings, if you gave them peace and freedom of conscience and the right to marry, they wouldn't seek revenge. And in fact, radical voices, hateful voices would lose out. Don't you understand that? It's always been true in human history.
Good to see you, Erica and Boris. This is very big
Revenge is the exception. Genocide comes from a position of power, and revenge is the exception, not the rule in human history.
This is the first time that the Supreme Court is taking up anything related to Donald Trump's new initiative since he became president on January 20th. And on January 20th, one of his executive orders was the one lifting birthright citizenship for certain temporary residents.
It was fun to see James Carville get pissed off. Fuck that guy. Oh, Austin, I tweeted about that just now. James Carville said on Bernie Sanders, when you beat a Republican, come back and see me. Bro, Bernie Sanders flipped Vermont from red to independent. This was you see this where it says Republican incumbent? Bernie Sanders literally beat a incumbent Republican to win his seat. He's the guy that made Vermont left wing. Like, people think of Vermont and they go like, wow, Vermont is so left wing. Vermont is so left wing. And it's like, well, Vermont is left wing because of Bernie Sanders. You know that, right? Bernie Sanders is the one who made Vermont that way. Like, it's actually funny when people are like, Vermont, he's just popular in Vermont. And it's like, yes, the place he's been politically organizing in for 40 years is left wing. You don't fucking say. Maybe he knows what he's doing. Carville is exactly what's wrong with the Democratic Party. Austin Show is based. Austin Show is based.
People who are here unlawfully.
Clyburn says the reason Dems are hated is because the media keeps talking about how they are bad. To get my Juris Doctorate, I had to borrow hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if I wasn't a rich and successful streamer, I probably would have been fucked as far as paying these things off. Okay? Let's be honest here. All right? Like literally. I don't understand how anybody survives at this point. And I used to be bone poor. But this is the chart I like to show people. We call this the home price to median household income ratio. What this does is it takes the median income of an American household. That means all the adults and all the kids who live in the average house. And then we take the price of a home and we divide it by that household ratio, that household income. And then we get a number. That's how many years of income would it take you to buy the average home with cash. And if you look at it right now, housing prices right now are more expensive than they have been since 1945, when data began to be collected. Housing prices right now are more expensive than they've ever been, and interest rates are more than double where they were in 2020. So not only are the prices high, the interest rates are even higher. Right now, it has never been more unaffordable to own a home. That's why people are mad at Democrats. Because we can't afford to live. We can't pay our student loans. We can't pay our medical bills. We can't buy a home. And so people are delaying having children. Because who wants to own children when you're in debt and you're renting? That's insane. It's a cliche in America that you buy your first starter home and you make a nursery and you have a kid. Most people, that's totally out of the fucking question. That used to be what regular people's lives were like. Own children? Did I say own children? Have children, sorry. And even if you don't want kids, wouldn't you like to be able to own your own fucking condo? Wouldn't you like to be able to own your own fucking home and not pay into a landlord's profits? Would you like to build up your own nest egg and your own retirement account? I mean, this is basic shit. America is more unaffordable than ever. and it's harder to get ahead. And you need to have a 6-figure income plus, even in cheaper places in America, to live the American dream, to live that so-called American dream. The American dream has never been more out of reach. Housing prices are worse than they were at the top of the housing bubble. The economy is not fine. Just because you have a fucking Uber Eats job doesn't mean we're doing okay. That's what that low unemployment number is. It's if you download Uber Eats and you drive, a few times a week, you're considered employed. I consider that to be unemployed. And this is the situation we're in. And a lot of people who are doing well are delusional. If you have a W-2, I'm not talking to you. If you have a good life, if you're paying your bills and you don't have student debt and your parents helped you buy a home, you're probably doing okay. That's the average liberal who says things are okay. But if you are somebody who's starting from the bottom, if you're a person who borrowed to go to school and you got a job, many of you are underemployed. Many of you are struggling to make ends meet. You're rent burdened because, as I said, housing costs are out of control. This is why people are mad at Democrats. It's not media. It's not vibes. It's the fact that we just cannot get ahead and nobody seems to give a fuck. And that's with the stock market doing well. That's with the unemployment doing decent. That's with the economy growing. God forbid we got a recession. Everything would fall apart. And you're not wrong for feeling that way. You're right to feel that way. And then you see that we're sending billions of dollars overseas to kill hundreds of thousands of kids. We're spending $1 trillion on the Pentagon, and I can't even go down the street without seeing another homeless person. It's fucking disgusting. It's fucking sad. Why is nobody else pissed off about this shit? Every day, I'll be honest with you, chat. Every day, I walk past these abandoned commercial properties that are rotting. I step over potholes. I step around human beings that are so desperate they don't even beg anymore. People don't even panhandle anymore. They just huddle under a pile of blankets or in a tent. They don't even ask for money anymore. It's just... This is America now. And people pretend like it's normal or that it's their fault. I'm one of the few people who have found a niche for myself out of pure fucking luck, by the way. And I don't look down on those people that are struggling. I think, there but the grace of God go I. And I just don't understand how anybody else could feel differently. I really don't. I really don't understand how anybody could look and see how many of their neighbors and their friends and their family members are hurting and struggling and think it's okay. That's why I was opposed to Kamala Harris, because I was just so fucking disillusioned with her platform, which was just la 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 la, everything's fine, and a refusal to look at what's going on in this country, a refusal to care about our neighbors, a refusal to stand up to anyone who's profiting from this shit. I don't, I mean, I look at China, right? And there's a lot of things I disagree with China about. There's a lot of things I disagree, but you know what they do? They built 95% of Chinese people own their own home. 95%. Number one in the world. They've built 30,000 miles of high-speed rail that is comfortable and affordable. They are building universities and colleges. They're investing in renewable energy. They're building 70% of the world's renewable energy is being spent in China. And they're not just doing stuff like that. Going into space. They have their own independent space station. They just sent a probe to the dark side of the moon, the first human spacecraft to go to the dark side of the moon. They have a plan for a Mars base. They've uplifted 700 million people out of poverty, and they've done it without fighting any wars since 1979. They're not bombing anyone. They're building metro stations and housing developments and solar panels. They're investing in fusion energy. They're investing in everything that can make humanity thrive. They're actually investing in, and they're doing it in their own goddamn country. I have my problems with what's going on. Some things in China, I think they're a little bit too harsh on criminals. I think that the anti-terrorism initiative they ran in Xinjiang was overly oppressive. I wish they would open up the internet a little bit more because they have a lot to be proud of. And I wish that more Chinese people could talk to regular Americans so that we would live in peace and friendship instead of being at each other's throats. This is the type of shit I'm talking about. Why do we want to be in war with China? That's fucking insane. Chat, we have a Hindutva fascist is back. The Hindutva fascist who is like jerking off with his fantasies of raping white women. This guy is one of the weirdest people I've ever seen in my life. Now, this is what a weirdo looks like, chat. Bro, I'm giving you attention because people need to see that. They really do need to see that. Can I get him IP banned from Twitch? I mean, I've tried, but, you know, it is what it is.
All countering what is in the 14th Amendment that says that anyone born...
Anyway, sorry for going off on that rant. It's just, politics is not that complicated. What we need to do is actually easy. We know how to make our country better. We know how to fix these problems. The problems are not with ideas. The problems are not with practicality. The problems are not with like, we don't know what to do. We can't do this. We can't do that. It is purely political because there are billionaires that are making money off of this broken system and they're standing in the way. There are Zionists who want to do a genocide in Gaza and in Palestine so they could annex all that territory and get rid of all the Palestinian people. Those are the people that are bribing our politicians and making them vote against the interests of this country. There are warmongering military industrial complex that wants us to spend $1 trillion on bombs instead of $1 billion on books. What do you mean when you say the right is peaked? I mean that people are rejecting Donald Trump and the right wing is going to fail in this country and around the world. And that this is the moment.
Born or naturalized here in the U.S. essentially is a citizen. Now, I should tell you that immediately after Donald Trump signed that, immigration rights groups, civil libertarians, and states sued to try to block his new order. And they won in lower courts. Judges immediately blocked Donald Trump's attempt to enforce this limit on birthright citizenship. One judge even calling it blatantly unconstitutional. And as the Trump administration has come to the Supreme Court, it's not saying rule immediately on the constitutionality of what Donald Trump has done. Rather, it's saying rule on whether these judges can outright block it. So it's come up here on what the Trump administration has said is a, quote, modest request. But at the core of all this is this whole question of birthright citizenship. But the justices might instead just go narrowly on the procedural question of whether judges can so immediately block it nationwide. If they rule for the Trump administration, it would allow him to start putting into place this new plan. But if they block the Trump administration, then everything will stay the same. That the 14th Amendment, which says that anyone born or naturalized here essentially becomes a citizen, that will stay in place. As you can see, this
threat on new China trip development. I heard about this hype. I heard about this hype about the new flash technology being 10,000 times faster. I heard about this hype. I'm not really I don't have the technical expertise to tell you if this is real or not. So I don't know. I don't know enough to be able to tell you if it's real or not. That being said, I hope it is.
The central interest here goes to, you know, one of American equality and identity, but we've kind of got a little bit of a chance for the justices possibly to take an off-ramp. But it's still big news that they even agreed to hear this case in any form on May 15th, scheduling
the chill weekend stream from you is awesome. Keep up the fight, Mike. Chill, they say. Chill, they say.
Their May arguments.
I don't have any chill. That's what people are scared about. You want to hear the funniest anecdote about Mike from PA? So I had Casey Tron visit me with the brain domain, Joshua. So Vio, me, Casey, and Joshua, we got around this fire pit that we had, and we engaged in psilocin. I can't ever say the magic mushrooms. Okay, penis envy strain, psilocybin. Thank you. I could never say this word. I literally can't. My brain just refuses to say it. Psilocybin. Psilocybin. I don't know how to say it. Fuck it. I gave up. Magic mushrooms. Okay. And what we you know, I don't know if I did 4 grams or 5 grams, something in like that. And as I was sitting there in tune with nature, my reaction was to go, the mushrooms. This is the mushrooms flexing on us for not being socialists. They created this chemical because of the nature of their anatomy is that the fruiting body, the mushroom, is just, it's the sexual organ of the mushroom. Their body is an interconnected tapestry of threads that are nearly invisible to the eye. And they live in community. They live socially. And so they created this chemical just to own us mammals that are individuals and give us the ability to experience commonality, to experience the grandeur of the universe, to experience how everything is connected. And fundamentally, their point is socialism is the right answer, bitch. Value is in community. Value is in... So that was my trip. I was just like, yep, mushrooms are socialists. When are we getting a common side effects cosplay, you mean? That's a good question. It was a good trip. It was very chill.
They normally finish their session for oral arguments at the end of April. And to go to Erica's question about when would we get an answer on this, it would likely be at the end of June.
I was like, cosplat? Like, what are you trying to say?
Early July, when they finish their
They are communist and they are bottom dwelling, feeding off everything else. You think fungi are bottom dwelling? They're why life can exist. It's the circle of life. If we didn't have fungus, if we didn't have the ability to break down waste and turn it into useful products, then our world would just be filled with dead and decaying matter, and it would have to decay slowly through bacterial decay. It would be horrifying.
Annual session. But as I say, the initial question that they will be hearing from the Trump administration is just the power of these lower court judges to block his effort to enforce this, rather than the pure constitutionality of whether Donald Trump can roll back more than a century of understanding about the protection.
Seeing a single angle on the circle and calling it the bottom is wild. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's very fascistic and hierarchical. You know what I mean? Where it's like, those damn peasants, they're so lowly. And it's like, bitch, they make all the food. You wouldn't have a cathedral if you didn't have the serf. Like, what are you talking about? You should be humble. Be humble. Be humble.
Of the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship here in America.
What crossroads have we reached? Where are we in world history, and how quickly has it changed?
You guys are getting some Zizek now.
I think that the situation is tragic, but it gives some hope. Tragic in the sense that, you know, the left was babbling all the time about neoliberalism. We have to leave behind neoliberalism. Trump did it. Something radically new is emerging. We had, after World War II, the Bretton Woods era, early welfare state.
I think Zizek is right, but I also think Trump is too stupid to actually know what he's doing. I think that it's more like, I think a better analogy is not that Trump is intentionally leaving neoliberalism behind. I think it is, we elected Fox News grandpa and he's randomly pushing buttons. We elected Fox News grandpa, he's randomly pushing buttons, and he's dumb as fuck. Like, that is really what's happening. It's like, USAID funded some gay shit in Taiwan. Okay, well, I'm getting rid of USAID. And it's like, well, the reason why USAID funded that gay rights group was a way for them to try to gin up like anti-China sentiment by pushing for Taiwan, so they could like posture Taiwan as like more pro-LGBT to make American liberals identify more with Taiwan. It wasn't some like, we care about queer people in Taiwan. It was a play by USAID to put pressure on a geopolitical rival. So you're getting rid of the thing that was created to put pressure on China. So like, you're stupid. Like, the point of USAID was to advance American interest. They're like, no, they're trying to indoctrinate people with the gay stuff. And they're detonating, they're dynamiting American soft power. What makes America so powerful is that people think of it fondly. It has great media. It has great salesmanship. Like, you know, there's nothing compared to showing people an American suburban house with a pool in the backyard and a house party with solo cups. Like, that being expressed to the world, you know, young, attractive, peaceful people with material abundance. Transmit that information to the world and sit back and everybody's like, wow, America seems pretty great. And you're blowing all that shit up. You're blowing it up. You're making people realize that America is a greedy, petty, tyrannical dominator. You're stripping away all of the gauze and all of the velvet and everybody, and you're just exposing yourself. And all they see is your tiny mushroom dick, Trump, and they don't like it.
Rules-based order.
Then we had neoliberalism, where what the US are complaining now
globalization
is importing, yes.
Yeah.
But the US tremendously profited from it because most of the dollars but that's another story. But now it reached the end because of the success of China and so on.
So we're saying that Donald Trump accelerated a change in the global order that was coming anyway.
I appreciate you, brother.
But you know what was the tragedy? That not only the left, but even this moderate liberal left didn't get this. For me, the sign that we are doomed was, do you remember inauguration of Biden?
This is America's day.
You have no idea if it's tiny or what it's shaped like? Yes, we do. Stormy Daniels said that he had like a tiny mushroom-shaped penis. Like, we literally know. Like, I think Stormy Daniels' testimony about Donald Trump's penis is reliable.
This is democracy's day.
I believe she said egg-shaped. Oh, was it egg-shaped? I thought it was mushroom-shaped.
A day of history and hope.
But maybe she's egg-shaped. I thought it was... Doesn't Elon Musk have a weird penis, too? Egg is Epstein? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Egg-shaped was Epstein. Trump is mushroom. And I heard that Elon had a botched penis enlargement. So his penis may not even work. Which is why he, like, tries to get all his Twitter mutuals to get artificially inseminated by him. Those are the penis rumors. Like, I'm not saying they're true. I'm just saying those are the current penis rumors. Trump mushroom, Epstein egg, Elon mutilated. He tried to get a vibrator implant. Dude, just wear a cock ring. Just wear a cock ring. It's not that. If you want to do this dumbass shit, just get a cock ring. You know, like, what's going on here?
Of renewal and resolve.
It was a fake, false spectacle, which implied that Trump was just an abomination, accident.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. No. Now, with the repetition, it's clear that Trump got some things more correctly than the liberal democratic left.
Because here's what is forgotten by the critics. It's a competitive choice in a democracy, and the voters were offered this change-making Trump or Joe Biden, who could not...
5 days ago, Yanis Varoufakis put on the best discussion of the topic yet. Zizek is using Yanis's argument. Okay, well, maybe we'll use Yanis's argument. Can you want to link it to me again? Did you link it to me? I think someone linked it to me. Link it to me again.
Adios, turd nuggets.
Elon was never as competent as that guy. Wasn't that guy like a really good game programmer or something in that movie? Like, Elon was never that guy.
Good day and welcome to Letters and Politics. I'm Mitch Jeserich. Today I'm very happy to welcome back to this program renowned economist Yanis Varoufakis.
What movie was this, chat? This is like such a good movie to explain where we are. This is the people, these are the people that are ruling. Grandma's Boy?
Stupid polygon. Debug. I tried that. Graphic meter. Oh, that's not it. What? Shit. This is not working. You'll never finish. This game is falling apart. No, it's not. Shut up. You're letting everyone down. No, I'm not. I'm gonna make this game, and it's gonna be the best thing that anyone has ever seen. Delusional thoughts from Fantasy Island. You'll never get metal legs. Samantha is fucking Alex. No, she's not.
I love how his invasive negative self-talk is all like in robot voice. That's like every chatter with autism. Just turn your negative self-talk into a robot voice. Just like that guy.
I gotta get to a Ripper, man. I'll pay you.
Elon Musk needing a dick implant.
For a conversation about the...
Do we have anything that's a little bit shorter than 49 fucking minutes? Can we get something that's in the realm of like 15? Because like 49 fucking minutes is just, I can't. I just know how streaming works, chat. And I know that if every time you get over like 25 minutes on a video, it starts to drag. It starts to drag super hard. And it's just like, ugh. And it also drains me because it's, you know, you need to have a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of like change. It's like monotone. It's like when someone speaks to you in monotone, it doesn't matter if they're saying a really important shit. If they just go like this the entire time and they never modulate their voice and there's no pauses and every sentence is always going longer and longer and continually putting you to sleep because it just continues and drones on and nothing gets punctuated by any level of interesting vocabulary or mixes in any kind of like emotional change. It's just...
What are you doing, JP?
Just thinking about my game.
How's that going?
People will bow to it.
All right. That's creepy.
I hate your face.
Did you say something? You're fucking weird.
The thing about this is, like, I want to call him JP. I want to say Elon is JP, but JP was legitimately like a good programmer in this movie, right? Like, he literally had a talent. He was just eccentric and weird.
Been having with ourselves as a country going way back. And a lot of that debate has been around this idea of who is supposed to get citizenship and who isn't. Like, for example,
the 14th Amendment meant to give citizenship to freed slaves. It was never meant to give citizenship to foreign aliens.
So, okay, is that true? What does the law actually say about birthright citizenship? And why have Americans been arguing over it for almost 200 years? So in this video, we're going to look at the 3 moments that made us a country where everyone born here is a citizen. And we're going to start with none of these. First, we're going to start quickly here at the original U.S. Constitution, which said nothing about who is and is not a citizen. The idea that you're a citizen if you're born here, that existed, but it was more of a legal assumption at the time, inherited from English common law.
It was just simply understood if you were born in the realm, you were subject of the king.
Which itself came from this
called personal jurisdiction.
Old Roman idea of jus soli, or the right of soil, as opposed to the right of blood, where citizenship is passed down from your parents. But because jus soli is more of a principle than a law, for the first 70-ish years of the U.S., there aren't really specific rules on who is and isn't born an American citizen.
One of the things about ancient Rome is that people were there was a lot of social mobility. They had this patrician class of nobles, but there was social mobility where slaves and plebeians could have avenues of advancement, both religious, secular, or in the military. And so status was never permanent. Except, again, there was that patrician class of nobility, the oligarchs. So they had a lot of the law that we draw from is actually cringeworthy. They thought about Rome a lot.
Till 1857, just a few years before the Civil War, a time when the U.S. looks like this. Okay. Some states where slavery is legal, some where it isn't. And around this time, an enslaved man is taken by his enslaver from a slave state into free territory, and he eventually files a lawsuit saying that entering free territory should have made him a free man. His case eventually goes to the U.S. Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., and it will come to be known as the Dred Scott decision. That's his name. And what the court says is,
this decision was like when they overturned Roe v. Wade. It was that controversial. It was that crazy and extreme decision.
Neither Scott nor his family are free. And they add that he's also not a citizen. And in fact, they say that as a rule, a person of the African race cannot be a U.S. citizen by birth or otherwise.
The Supreme Court ultimately concludes that they weren't considered to be the part of the people of the United States, part of the citizenry of the United States.
At this time, there are many free
I would
black...
actually say that they're underselling Dred Scott, which is kind of amazing. Why? What Dred Scott actually said, they had for more than a century been regarded as beings of an inferior order and altogether unfit to associate with the white race, either in social or political relations, and so far inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. He was bought and sold and treated as an ordinary article of merchandise and traffic whenever a profit could be made by it. This opinion was at that time fixed and universal in the civilized portion of the white race. It was regarded as an axiom in morals as well as in politics, which no one thought of disputing or supposed to be open to dispute. And men in every grade and position in society daily and habitually acted upon it in their private pursuits as well as in matters of public concern, without doubting for a moment the correctness of this opinion. So, like, not only was it saying, like, oh, no, you're not a citizen, it was actually saying, no, black people are livestock, they're commodities. It's actually ridiculous to even consider them human. That's literally what Dred Scott said. It's even more extreme than what they're playing it out, what they're explaining it to be. Where did my video go? Where the fuck did the video go? Okay, that's the literal last tab I clicked.
People in the free states of the U.S. But this court decision officially says that the country now has two classes of people. Those who are citizens or who can become citizens or whose children can be citizens, and those for whom none of that applies. And within a few years, ideas like that have literally torn the U.S. apart. These states secede. And these states go to war against them, partly to eliminate slavery and that two-tiered system. And they win. So now the Civil War is over, and the victorious North decides to undo the Dred Scott case by passing the first American law to say that people born here are citizens, the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
I think one of the most important things about Reconstruction to understand is that conservatives were thrown out of political office and they just weren't allowed to participate in elections. I think it's safe to say that in the Reconstruction period, that America was more in a revolutionary position than even the Revolutionary War. They just literally made it basically illegal to be a conservative. Like, conservative states were just denied representation and put under military occupation. And that's when they did all this. They did all this by just saying, yeah, they're traitors, they don't have any rights, and they passed a bunch of this shit.
Problem number one. The president at the time has some objections to this, and in a letter to Congress, he complains that
after Abraham Lincoln's head was turned into a canoe, the Southern fucking Democrat he had put on the ballot as a unity gesture became president and immediately tried to disrupt everything his own party was trying to do.
In addition to African Americans, birthright citizenship is also going to make Gypsies and Chinese people citizens. But Congress actually has enough votes to pass it over the president's objections, and it becomes law. But problem number two.
There would always be the risk that the civil rights laws could be modified by a subsequent Congress.
A future Congress could theoretically repeal the law. So to make birthright citizenship a more permanent part of the law, they also decide to write it into a constitutional amendment, what will become the 14th Amendment. And it says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. This is the language that will put birthright citizenship into the U.S. Constitution. But it will also eventually be the source of some debate because of this line, the qualifier, subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. For example, let's say an immigrant comes to the U.S. and then has a child. Are they subject to the U.S.'s jurisdiction?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the latest episode of Hinge Points. I'm your co-host, Danny Bessner, here as always with Matt Chrisman. Today, the episode you have
now, this is a 52 minutes of pure length. This is
The amendment itself doesn't elaborate on this. But before Congress passes the 14th Amendment, as they debate it, they actually keep pretty good records of their conversations. For example, one senator asks the rest of the Senate, won't this give citizenship to the children of Chinese people? Another senator says, yes, the child of an Asian is as much a citizen as the child of a European.
The debates over the 14th Amendment matter because they showed that they understood that children of immigrants would become citizens at birth under this rule.
So it's with that understanding that birthright citizenship enters the Constitution. A big majority of Congress votes for it, but not everyone. For example, this guy, the one that was concerned about Chinese people becoming citizens, he does not vote for it. And that is actually important. The 14th Amendment becoming law doesn't necessarily mean that everyone likes it. Remember that. It's going to come back later. And after a quick break, we're going to talk about where that debate goes next and how it creates the 14th Amendment's first big test. I promise this will be fast. Hi, I'm Adam. I produce this video. If you're finding it, memberships. That's it. Thanks. Okay, so far in the story, we've seen both a president and a senator voice kind of the same concern about specifically Chinese people becoming American citizens. And this is actually pretty emblematic of this time period when there are a growing number of Chinese laborers in the US, along with a growing sentiment from some that they don't belong here. And in 1882, Congress passes the Chinese Exclusion Act. And it says, among other things, Chinese immigrants can't become citizens. Though it doesn't say.
This is probably one of the things that's going to make communism win. Because if the United States had not done this, it probably would have 50 million more population than it has now. And the United States of America would probably be unsurmountable as far as power. And because we limited Chinese immigration, socialism will win. That's pretty good. That's pretty funny.
Anything about their children. And this is only meant to last 10 years, but it ends up being the first of several Chinese exclusion acts that remain in effect until 1943. And it's in that context that a few years after the Chinese Exclusion Act, a guy from San Francisco goes to visit his family in China.
They deported the Chinese American guy that ended up helping China get nukes. You're actually thinking of the Chinese American guy who helped America go to space. You're thinking of the guy who helped NASA get created and was one of our most important rocket scientists. Yes, we deported one of America's most important rocket scientists because he was a left-wing Chinese national. Like he was he loved America, but he was left-leaning. So they deported him to China, and he basically created the Chinese space capability. Like China is now competing with the United States because we're too racist and evil. That's very funny.
A few months later, he comes back and is denied entry to the U.S. He says, but I was born here. I'm a citizen.
It's the similar L as Nazis deporting Einstein for Jew science. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Einstein, another socialist who hated Israel.
And his case eventually goes to the Supreme Court. The guy's name is Wong Kim Ark. He's around 25, works as a cook, has a wife and child back in China, and his case is kind of the perfect test for the 14th Amendment, which, remember, says you're a citizen if you're born here and if you're subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. So, here's the question. When Wong was born here to his Chinese immigrant parents who were not U.S. citizens, was he under the jurisdiction of and thus a citizen of the place he was born? Or was he a citizen of the place his parents were from? In 1898, the court makes their decision. Wong Kim Ark is a citizen. The court says there's 3 types of people in the U.S. who are not subject to the country's jurisdiction: diplomats, certain Native Americans, and invading forces occupying territory. Their children are not citizens at birth. But other than that, partly because of what is written down in those congressional debate records, the court rules that subject to the jurisdiction was intended to mean pretty much everyone here, including immigrants and their children. Every
citizen or subject of another country, whether while domiciled here, is within the allegiance and protection and consequently subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Very simple, very straightforward. Personal jurisdiction applies. If you're in the U.S., then we get to use our power against you, and therefore the Constitution applies to you, whether you're a citizen or not. And any other arrangement makes the protections of the Constitution meaningless, because all they have to do is deny that you're a citizen. And if you don't give due process to non-citizens by denying your status as a citizen, then you have no place to appeal. So the Constitution dies the moment you say, in America, we're going to create a non-constitution zone. Well, they're going to exploit the non-constitution zone for their political enemies. How dumb do you have to be to think that's a good idea?
The U.S. is subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S., and thus everyone born here is a citizen. And that basically remains the legal consensus to this day.
For more than a century, officials have acted in concert. It is the repeated recognition by everyone within the legal system that this is the correct meaning of the 14th Amendment.
But a legal consensus, it's not necessary. And once again, it seems like the final call will be up to the U.S. Supreme Court, which for more than 100 years has recognized again and again that birthright citizenship is the law. We'll see what happens this time.
Could you imagine if the DNC won the Civil War versus the GOP? Yeah, nah. All right, what is good content, chat? What content are we all calling out for? Oh, by the way, before we close the content cop, what are we at? Are we at 6 million views yet? Chat, when the content cop hits 6 million views, I can't wait to celebrate 6 million views. That's gonna be almost double, right? I think Ethan Klein's gonna have a trouble sleeping when it hits 6 million. 6 million views is a lot of views. In 2 days? That's crazy. Anyway, chat, we love Austin Show. Ugh. Ugh.
From UFOs to possible alien abductions, we're fascinated by the idea of extraterrestrial life. Now, scientists have found the strongest evidence yet that a planet 124 light years away could...
Israel can't do this. Israel physically cannot do this without the United States. Israel's still eyeing a limited attack on Iran's nuclear facility. They literally can't do it without the U.S. They can't. They don't have the capability. They need U.S. diplomatic help to help them overfly all these countries. They can't do this without the U.S. basically making it happen. So this is an American strike. Don't allow yourself to think this is an Israeli strike. No, this is an American strike. And if I were Iran, I would test a nuclear weapon immediately. Like, if I were Iran, like, at this point, the only way to avoid this situation is to and get some sort of calm in this fucking region is a nuclear weapon. And that's what's going to happen. Iran's going to make one. Like, it's at this point, it's a done fucking deal. It's a done fucking deal. Anyway, let's talk about aliens.
Be home to life. Researchers detected molecules in the atmosphere on the K218b, which on Earth are produced by marine organisms. More data is needed to confirm the findings, as our science correspondent Palab Ghosh reports.
Could this faraway world be home to life? 18 months ago, scientists detected tiny hints of gas molecules in the atmosphere of planet K218b that might have been produced by life. Now, the scientists leading the search told me that the evidence has grown.
It is certainly the strongest sign we have seen yet, right? That can't be denied. So I can realistically say that we could confirm the signal within 1 or 2 years.
If you do, what would this say about the prospect of life on other worlds?
I think if we confirm that there is life on K218b, that would basically imply that life should be very common in the galaxy.
K218b is 2.5 times the size of Earth, and it's 700 trillion miles away. The James Webb Space Telescope is so powerful it can analyze the chemical composition of the atmosphere from the light that passes through it.
Hey Mike, astronomer here. Golden Kappa hype train? Chat, Golden Kappa hype train? I stream on Saturday and then we get a Golden Kappa hype train? Holy shit! It's gold! Wow. Can I just say thank you to Twitch.tv and all the admins and all the staff that turned on my Golden Kappa hype train. This is some sort of psychological trick by the Twitch staff. They're trying to be like, yes, Mike, stream more. Stream more. I'm Ethan Klein and I'm watching you. Not gonna lie, this content is fire. Thanks, buddy. Berkeley Pit Power Swimmer. Okay, chat, right now, we have a Golden Kappa hype train. This is a limited time opportunity, to get a Golden Kappa unlocked site-wide. And that means you'll get the prestigious, the coveted golden kappa. And let me tell you, I don't know about you, chat, but when I have the opportunity to get a golden kappa, I leap at the chance. So if you subscribe, resubscribe, use a Prime, gift a sub, or donate at least 200 bits right now, you will unlock for an unbelievably generous 24 hours the golden kappa. Unbelievable. It's now or never. If you miss this opportunity, you will have missed the chance to celebrate this stream with a golden kappa. Oh my God, a golden kappa hype train? My God. When do these type of opportunities come around? Not often. Not fucking often. 24 hours of glorious, glorious kappa hype train. And chat, we have now broken 8,000 subscriptions. We are now at 8,104 subscriptions. And you know what that means? You know what that means, chat? You know what that means? It's time for us to play. Every time I get money on Twitch now, I know something. Ethan Klein is monitoring it. Ethan Klein is monitoring it. Ethan Klein is furious every single time this happens. He is furiously angry. He is fuming. He is begging you to stop giving Mike money. He can't believe how popular this stream is. It's so unfair. It's so wrong. It's an indictment of the entire movement. I can't find it. I can't find it, chat. I can't find it. It's called hater behavior. Why can't I find this? Did I bookmark it? Is there bookmarks on TikTok? I thought I did. I want to play this TikTok. Aw, come on. This is so annoying. This is actually pissing me off that I can't find this. Sean DeBlack also got a golden kappa hype train. Chat, that's incredible. This is intentional. This is intentional. This isn't even a conspiracy theory. Twitch is saying this. The vibes are shifting.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small creators grow a larger size. In 2025, promoting the left side, Denimsby and Frogan, Hasanabi and Mike. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend.
I should dance not to the lyrics.
You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Thank you, Ethan Klein, for the level 20 hype train we are barreling toward. Right now, we're at level 18, chat. You have the opportunity to unlock site-wide the Ethan Klein defeater gold kappa hype train. I mean, this is no surprise, chat. This is no surprise that Twitch is intentionally granting me and Sean DeBlack golden kappa hype trains at the same time to celebrate. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. That is pretty good. That's pretty funny, though. Holy shit, that's great. The timing is incredible. Okay, why the fuck could I not find this video? I've liked it before. I've reposted it before. Where the fuck is it? It's called like hater behavior. Damn.
Central Committee, aka Michael from Pennsylvania, is so much more of a China glazer than me. It's crazy. He eats Xi
What a
Jinping so much sometimes. Even I'm like, come on, bro, just dial it back a little bit. Like, you're gonna get us arrested. You know what I mean? Yeah, Mike from Pennsylvania, more like Mike from Beijing. Beijing. My goal this year is to go to China and become a white monkey and just stay there. Central Committee, aka Michael from Pennsylvania.
Oh, well, happy ho ho ho. Well, look at that. Mike did not let him get away with it. Oh, I only want to give to a chatter, me, and I'll give you a sub, just one though. You can just click on someone and give them a sub. Like, I can like click, for example, I could go, all right, hold on. Like here, there you go. Like, I just gifted a sub to Tofu Shop. Easy clap. I didn't even look and see if they were a good chatter. Like, boom. That's all you have to do. You just click on someone's name and then bam, gifted.
From the small red star it orbits, its chemical signature seems to suggest that it contains molecules which on Earth can only be produced by living organisms. And it's such a strong signal that if it is home to life, it's plentiful.
Oh yeah,
Everything
there was a sorry chat, we got distracted by the golden kappa hype train, which is now on level 19, and we only need 39 more subs or 19,500 bits to hit complete level 19. Just 39 more subs, come on. Just 37 more subs, come on. That's nothing. That's barely anything. My all-time highest hype train chat, what was my highest? Level 33 hype train. That's like chat, like Twitch is so insane. They're like, oh, just get a level 111 hype train. A level 111 hype train is like, that's got to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Like what the fuck are you talking? Like, Twitch, are you okay? Are you okay?
Being spoken here is confidential.
Professor Madhusuddin and his team put the final touches on the scientific paper outlining their findings.
Mike, watch this.
Contains some kind of a really exotic ocean underneath, and the water vapor has been discovered here. When it comes to contains some kind of a
Zaffy Taffy, thank you for the 25. We hit level 19. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of gentle side. I'm sorry, I'm just singing the song's lyrics, chat. Anyway, I don't know who that guy is. He just seems like a guy. I mean, his name is Anton Petrov, and he does have 1.44. Okay, so he's like a real guy. Okay.
really exotic ocean underneath, and the water vapor has been discovered here. When it comes to life, that's a completely different story. As of April of 2025, we don't have enough evidence. And right now there's actually more evidence that DMS and DMDS are just statistical anomalies. Or even if they do exist here, claiming that it's biological in nature is very misleading. Because in the last 3 years it's been definitively proven that DMS is unlikely to be a good biosignature. Several lab experiments produced it without any life. But on that note, we'll definitely come back and discuss this more once there's some clarifications or more evidence, and we'll actually come back and discuss more of these hypothetical
So basically what's happening is there's a chemical that oftentimes comes from life but doesn't have to come from life that they've detected. Is that what we're saying? Why don't we just watch this whole goddamn thing? Fuck it, it's 15 minutes, perfect length.
Okay, looks like we have to talk about K2-18b once again, and really because of the recent study and a recent press release by Cambridge University that I guess kind of annoyed a lot of scientists, mostly because of the wording used and because of the implications for the discovery of alien life on another planet. And so today we're going to be discussing this.
I thought I heard about this planet before and people thought it wasn't a good, like it wasn't in the, like it was too large or something, like it wouldn't be Earth-like. Maybe I'm wrong, but I felt like there was something wrong with this planet. It's 2.5 times our gravity. I don't think that's true. I don't think that 2.5 mass equals 2.8 gravity. I think it has to do with density and shit like that. I don't think the math is like that actually. It has what somebody's saying 1.8, another person is saying 1.25, somebody else is saying 2.5. I think you're just making those numbers up, chat.
Hints yet of biological activity outside the solar system. See, Cambridge University.
It's 11.57 meters a second. Oh, okay. A human could be in that planet. It would be uncomfortable, but I think a human could survive. Your asshole might fall out if you eat too much like Chipotle, so you should be careful. But like, I think that would be fine. It would just be like wearing a weight pack. You would die of heart failure? I don't think so. I don't think that's high enough gravity to like cause you to die.
And well, looks like today I'm going to have to put on my skeptic's glasses and discuss this from a perspective of this not potentially being true at all. But in case this is the first time you've heard about this, let's briefly go through some of the basics and through some of the previous discoveries and previous claims. And the story starts right here, K2-18b, a somewhat intriguing planet located in a star system 124 light years away from us that's orbiting a red dwarf known as K2-18. This planet was actually discovered by the Kepler mission as far back as 2015, and almost right away became kind of exciting because of its orbit. Here, this is a red dwarf system, and a single orbit is approximately...
Once we start detecting nuclear radiation from Cobalt-60, I might start thinking intelligent life has developed. I disagree. No intelligent species would detonate nuclear weapons in their own fucking planet. I think you mean artificial. It would be a sign of an artificiality, not intelligence. My favorite thing that people don't know, my favorite thing to show people is they don't know how many nuclear bombs we've already detonated. Prepare to think like, oh, we really hate this world. Thank you for the hype train, chat. Hell yeah, dude. That's crazy. Holy fuck, that was a big hype train. That hype train was 428 subs at level 20. Holy fuck. Show off those golden kappas. Show off those. I got. Wait, why is mine not gold? Why is mine not gold? I better have a golden fucking kappa hype train right now. You son of a fuck. What? I gifted. It's gold. Okay, it's gold on mine. All right. Phew. Okay. I was gonna say, like, what the fuck? I gifted, and it's my channel. All right, hold on. I'm typing Kappa in Vio's chat. Okay, it's gold. Which reminds me, be right back. So, what'd you guys think? We're just nuking the shit out of Nevada. In fact, this caused so much radiation to just exist. I talk about this from time to time, so if you've heard me mention it, we stopped being able to use like freshly made steel because it has so much nuclear fissile adulterants. So for certain type of like instruments, we couldn't use like new steel. What's up, Karos? Thanks for the raid, brother. I hope I'm saying your name right. So, but now I think the radiation levels are finally getting back down to normal. So it's microsievertly or whatever they're called. Basically, back in the day, it fucked us up so bad that we had to like find ships at the bottom of the ocean to use their scrap metal for certain kind of like sensitive instruments, because all steel being produced was polluted with radiation. This is a better version. Oh, this is the original. It's like, why do we need to test this many? Like, did you make, like, why do you need to test this fucking many? It doesn't even make sense to me. Isn't that just a wasting money at a certain point? Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, I get like testing like 1 or 2 to make sure the device works, but they were just blowing them up for fun. Like, what the fuck? It's just stupid. It's just so wasteful, let alone the radiation.
What kind of interference?
I'm not sure. Could be solar flares, or maybe ionic interference. Or I suppose it could be beta radiation, but that's only produced by nuclear fission.
Don't be an idiot. Nuclear fission doesn't happen within planetary atmospheres.
It does here. In the 20th century, humans used crude nuclear reactors as weapons. They called them atom bombs. They used to blow them up all the time.
They irradiated their own planet?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Deep Space Nine is it is communist propaganda. I know that people, I know that you know, conservatives are like, all those damn Hollywoods, they're trying to spread the communism with their damn Hollywood shows, but Star Trek is actually communist propaganda. Like Deep Space Nine actually is. We've talked about this many times. I don't have to go over it again, but it's communist propaganda. Ugh. All right, back to the aliens.
Approximately 33 days long, implying that this planet is in the habitable zone of the system where we can technically expect, maybe, liquid water. But we also know that this planet is very different from anything in the solar system. First of all, it's approximately 2.6 times the radius of planet Earth, and at least 8.6 times the mass of Earth, which makes this...
Astronomer again, word on the street is that the lead author was clowned on for making similarly bold claims at a conference back in 2019. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It's a very exciting discovery, though, if it's an abiotic process that helps us rule out future signals and search for alien life. Exoplanet studies is still a relatively new field. We have a lot to learn about the chemistry of exoplanets. Yeah. It would be cool if there was a planet that was relatively close by Earth that had a possibility of life. What is the best exoplanet? Well, when I say best, I mean most Earth-like exoplanet. Like in a system with a star most similar to Earth, in the habitable zone of that star, similar size. Like, what is the closest to Earth-like that we know? Kepler 22b? 2.4 times the size of Earth? Oh, okay. Kepler 22 is similar to the sun. Okay, so that seems like a pretty good one.
A much larger and much more massive planet.
The problem to detect exoplanets, they have to be large enough to block out their star's light substantially. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So the smaller the planets are, the harder it is to detect.
With a density of about 2.67.
Its name is Mars. Actually, Venus is more like Earth than Mars is. The planet that is probably the best for long-term colonization is probably Venus, in like some sort of cloud city shit, because the gravity is similar. I don't think humans would develop well on Mars because the gravity is so low, if we were talking about planets. But like in the cloud, there's like a cloud layer where the atmospheric pressure is similar to Earth, and it would be like a temperature that would be similar to Earth, and the gravity is like almost identical. However, I think at that level of the cloud layer, it's like sulfuric acid rain or something. So that would be a problem. Uranus is the only right answer. Yeah, I'm going to occupy Uranus. Just ask your mom.
Gram per centimeter cube. And so this is technically what's known as the mini Neptune, an extremely common type of a planet out there, but something that we just don't have here in the solar system. Why? Well,
is
that's
it one of the
mysteries.
Jovian moons?
But in 2019,
I think you're thinking of Titan, right? Like Titan is like it's still low gravity though. Surface gravity is 1.352 meters a second, 0.138 G. The advantage about Titan is like the atmosphere is kind of like tolerable. So I don't think you would need a spacesuit. You would just need like an oxygen mask and like some sort of heat suit because it's fucking freezing. I mean, it's like negative 179 degrees C. So yeah, you wouldn't need a pressure suit, but you'd be like freezing to death. Yeah, most of the other planets are pretty shit, to be honest, or moons. I guess Europa is the other one, right? Going in the European Ocean. But again, isn't that low gravity? Anyway, let's look at this planet.
It became super exciting because of the potential discovery of water vapor in its atmosphere. And within a few years, after discoveries of similar planets, researchers actually proposed an unusual type of planets that might exist out there. These bizarre ocean worlds started to be known as
Why don't we just do
Hycean
global
planets.
warming on Titan? I think Titan is so far away from the sun. Like the solar radiation Titan gets is like less than 1% of the Earth.
All of this is still very hypothetical, but if they do exist, they would essentially be somewhere between a kind of a terrestrial world and a Neptune-like gas giant, very likely featuring an extremely thick hydrogen-rich atmosphere.
Is gravity changing technology impossible? It depends on what you mean by that. It depends on what you mean by that. Technically, acceleration equals gravity. So just going fast equals the same thing as gravity. So if you were accelerating at 9.8 meters a second, then technically that's the exact same thing as gravity. You could also spin, but that would like fuck you up. It's very annoying to be in a rotating space, but that would also technically work. Or you could just, you know, smash moons together to make a bigger moon. Once you have like a couple million years for it to cool down. Mike, how many physics degrees do I have? None. I just took math and physics in college, you know. I'm just undergrad shit, you know. I think I took Calc 3 or something, and, you know, baby shit.
Which allows the liquid water to exist underneath, but possibly in extremely hot conditions, and maybe even above the boiling temperature of water itself, which would actually make this super
It
critical.
takes insane amounts of energy to engineer gravity. No, you just accelerate. It doesn't take insane amounts of energy. Just accelerate. The force to accelerate, though. I mean, accelerating takes energy, true, but it's not like impossible. It's not like beyond our understanding or beyond our capability. Have you ever looked at how much oil is left? It's low-key scary. No. I'm going to help you out, and I'm going to explain something to you. We will never run out of fossil fuels. The planet has an inexhaustible supply of fossil fuels in my lifetime or your lifetime. The reason we don't want to use it is because climate change will cook our ass. Okay? We are not running out. We're not going to be saved because, oh no, we just so happen to run out of oil at just the perfect time. We have way too many. And that's not even talking about methane cloth rates or any of the other weird shit that we have access to if we need it. In fact, we need to be getting away from fossil fuels because they're cooking us. We're never running out.
Water, or water existing in much hotter, much more.
I'm not scared of the climate, bro. Just move north, LMAO, easy. Except for the part where, like, food, you know, like food we wouldn't have arable land for food, and then there would be a lot of other people who want your food, right? So even if you just move north and you had a bunch of food, like there would be a bunch of people who didn't have food who would be coming to take your food.
Extreme conditions we don't really find here on Earth very often. The word Hycean is actually a combination of hydrogen and ocean, and I actually figured I'm going to mention this now before I forget. This concept of Hycean planets was actually originally proposed by the University of Cambridge, and specifically the same researcher that published this recent paper we're discussing today, Niku Madhusudan. And at least 2 such planets have been potentially discovered, but obviously have never really been officially confirmed. You can learn more about this in one of the videos in the description. But when it comes to this particular planet, well, quite a few additional investigations have been conducted, but years after years, the results were actually not very satisfactory. For example, some studies at first reported ammonia, but other studies found none. And though in 2023, observations from the James Webb reported carbon dioxide and methane, possibly representing 1% of the atmosphere.
My dad is a pretty well-regarded petroleum engineer, and he's concerned we're going to run out of oil to drill in the next 30 years. Oh, no. I'll put it to you this way. If your dad is right, and the physical constraint of oil is what stops us from drilling oil, the human race will be extinct. We also have about 200 and some, we have massive veins of coal. We have inexhaustible supplies of natural gas. We have methane clathrates. We have so much fossil fuels everywhere on this planet that if we burn them, we will all die. It'll be 20 degrees hotter. Okay? Like, no. Isn't the more that it becomes harder and less economically impractical to dig up, and then prices go up? Amazing. Technology advances. Amazing. We know about the Utica shale. We know about all sorts of shit that we just don't go and get because it's not practical. It's not profitable. But if oil hits 150 a barrel, well, then suddenly now it does. Does human society collapse at 150 a barrel? No. It's, it is what it is. It's not good. We don't want that.
Total, in one of the recent videos we've discussed is this study, the most comprehensive analysis to date that essentially questioned the detection of many of the carbon-based molecules, and especially the one you see right here, DMS. And this is essentially the entire controversy when it comes to this exoplanet and the studies about it. DMS is dimethyl sulfide, a somewhat stinky gas that on Earth is usually produced by marine algae. And because this gas breaks apart pretty quickly, if we actually find a lot of it somewhere out there,
He's just wrong. Acceleration and gravity are relative time. This isn't a fast object heavier. He's confusing G-force and relative time. This motherfucker doesn't know relativity. This motherfucker doesn't know relativity. This motherfucker doesn't know one of the core pieces of general relativity. This motherfucker doesn't know his Einstein. The equivalence principle is the hypothesis that the observed equivalence of gravitational and inertial mass is a consequence of nature. The extended form by Albert Einstein requires special relativity to also hold in a free fall and requires the weak equivalence to be valid everywhere. This form was a critical input for the development of the theory of general relativity. A falling object behaves exactly the same on a planet or in an equivalent accelerating frame of reference. Get owned. You don't know your fucking relativity. Get fucked. It's called the equivalence principle. Mike was right. I know what I'm talking about. Shut the fuck up. I am not like your average streamer. I know a lot of streamers come up here and like speak confidently and you're like, streamers are just idiots who say confidently shit. No, I'm not like them. If I don't know what I'm doing, I'll go, I don't know that. And then we'll go look it up. Okay? We're not, I'm not like most of your streamers that you watch that are like, I don't know about vaccines. Okay? When I talk about stuff, I take you to the limit of my knowledge, and then when I don't know shit, I'll say like, I don't really know about that. I'm not really an expert. And then I'll look for a reliable expert to look into it. We'll do research together. But motherfucker, how dare you? How dare you?
Something is actively creating it. And so for many years, it was assumed to be maybe a kind of a...
Everybody doesn't understand relativity. It's incredibly unintuitive. It will melt your brain. It will make you feel weird. It'll give you existential dread. You probably don't understand it. The Einstein guy was really smart, okay? And it's fine to just be weirded out by it. It's fine. It's fine to be weirded out that the faster I go means the slower time ticks. That doesn't make sense, but it happens to be true. My girlfriend is so mad at you. What is she mad about? What is your girlfriend mad about? My girlfriend is mad at you for being so confident. I get that a lot, honestly. It's my worst trait. People think I'm arrogant. People think I'm arrogant because they're not used to people being confident and only sticking to what they know. People are used to everyone who's really confident being a charlatan, so I get a lot of false positives with people thinking I'm lying or making shit up or just arrogant. And it is what it is. Ethan Klein fans are balding because you're showing up on top of Twitch? Oh no. Mike from PA is showing at the topmost streamer when I go to just chatting, despite not having fewer views than 10 plus streamers. What are Twitch doing now? I speak English. I speak English. Twitch is assuming that you probably don't want to see streams that are not in your language. Here, let me help you. Let me help you guys. I'm one of the top streamers in the world. I know. It's tough to take. It's tough to deal with this reality, but this is the reality, okay? There's only a couple hundred people in the world that have bigger streams than me. I know. It's crazy. It's hard to believe because you've been taught to hate my guts and you think I'm I'm unremarkable or whatever fucking thing that you've been taught. But if you go to just chatting, you'll see there I am right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm 11th in the world. English, just chatter. And this is actually a high view day. We've got a lot of high viewer streamers on. We got Hassan just starting. We got Jason the Ween doing a joint stream with Pokimane. They're live in Paris. You got Miskiff live. You've got like really big streamers. Like these are the next level. These are like the people that are like, they're inside the club. I'm not in this club. I will never be in this club. But if you like turn off English and you include all languages, well then, you got Russian speakers and you got God knows what else. You got German, you got a Polish stream, well then I'm not so high. I'm more like, I don't know, 30th or something. What is it? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 25th. But Twitch assumes that you just want to see the languages that you speak. You could do more than one. Like if you speak multiple languages, you could put multiple languages in. But there you go. That ought to help you guys if you're struggling. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I wanted to finish this video. We're never gonna finish it.
By a signature or a sign of potential extraterrestrial life.
They're just mad because you stay winning. So many people are mad at me for winning. It's actually a struggle. It kind of makes me feel bad. I really do. The thing I hate the most about streaming is fake ass bitches. It's remarkable. It's truly remarkable. Fake ass bitches are the worst.
Until the potential discovery of DMS on this planet, it was never really that thoroughly investigated. As in, we knew some of it can be produced through physical means and through non-biological reactions. It was not entirely clear how common this gas was outside of.
You did make a mistake. Spinning is not a different way to create gravitational pull. Spinning is still acceleration. True! Very true, Blacksmith. Very true. You're just spinning. You're just causing acceleration in a different direction. True! True!
Planet Earth. But as we discussed in that previous video, turns out it might be way more common than we thought originally. And this was actually based on this study that discovered DMS in an extremely famous comet.
Guys, I can't do it. I'm struggling on this one. I think the chat. Well, I think we got the point. There's a molecule. It should be exciting. What else did I want to talk about today? Oh, AOC. Oh, okay. The Omega Cope. AOC is without a doubt the front runner. AOC is the front runner. Fuck. I had a clip from Nate Silver. Nate Silver, AOC front runner. I wanted to laugh at this. I don't have it anymore. Nate Silver came out and said, AOC is the front runner. Where the fuck is... You should watch this. God. Yeah. Don't even get me started with the DRC shit. Like, I don't even... The US is such an evil empire, man. It's actually depressing. You equating terrorist sympathizer to N-word lover is kind of shook me. What? That's what it is. Whenever someone calls you a terrorist sympathizer, they're basically saying N-word lover. Like, that's the 21st century equivalent. Like, they're not going like, they're not saying like, Mike, you support and provide aid and funds to Hamas. Like they're not actually they're not arguing that I'm actually materially supporting a terrorist organization, right? They just say it because they think, because I value Arab life the same as Jewish life. That's right, Ethan Klein. I value Arab life the same as Jewish life. I value Jewish life the same as Christian life. I value Christian life the same as atheist life. This is what triggers the fuck out of them. The fact that I say it like that, they would honest to God, that would trigger the fuck out of them. Oh God, ugh. Can I just say how mediocre? Speaking of insane shit, APAC is attacking Chris Van Hollen. 94% of Democrats say it's important to help. Yeah, Trump uses Palestinian as a slur now. Like, he literally says, you're becoming a Palestinian. All right, let's watch this video while I get my shit together.
We're talking to a good friend of the show, Ben Norton. Ben Norton is a brilliant guy. He runs Geopolitical Economy Report, and he talks a lot about the U.S. and China and our declining role as a superpower and their ascendant role as a superpower.
Hell
and
yeah,
he's
bro.
going to get into
Oh
the
my God! The China glazing has crossed the liberal Rubicon? Crystal and Kyle are lubricating Xi? Mike from PA Thought is winning. Mike from PA Thought. Just a couple months ago, he was saying Mike from Beijing. And now it's in Crystal and Kyle? I haven't seen Kyle be anti-China before. Well, I mean, he's saying China the ascendant superpower, like the
tariffs,
glazing.
the trade war, basically everything around the economic decisions that Trump has been making and the impact it'll have. And I'm sure he has some spicy things to say about that.
There is no one better on this particular
guy's great.
topic
He's great.
than Ben Norton.
That's right.
So we've been trying to get him for a few weeks. He can be difficult because he's oftentimes in China or other places. And so super excited to talk to him. You guys should be watching all of his videos because we have been, and they have been very instructive.
Yeah, they have been. So,
by the way, chat, my favorite thing, oh my God, this makes me so fucking happy. Here's Dave Weigel, friend of the show, Dave Weigel, who's been a mutual of mine for a decade. Host, writer for Semaphore, former, used to be with the Washington Post, Slate, etc., etc., etc. He said, listening this at 0.5 speed so I don't miss anything. Reacting to the entire iDubbbz content cop. I want you to understand what a complete and utter total cultural victory this is. I want you to understand this is complete and utter and total, a complete victory. That's all this is. Did you see Taylor Lorenzo? Who the fuck is Taylor Lorenzo? Who the fuck is Taylor Lorenzo? You mean Taylor Lorenz? Tyler Lorenzo. Oh shit. That's actually a pretty good name. I know, I'm just fucking with you, chatter. I typo all the time. I get things wrong all the time. You understand that this is just complete and utter victory. Your glasses are fake. How did he know? Real journalists are mocking Ethan Klein. It's over. It's fucking over. Actual hard as nails political journalists are mocking Ethan Klein. It's completely fucking over. Look how serious he tries to be. Look how serious he tries to be. He's this bobble-headed fuck. When we put on the suit jacket that doesn't fit. Did you know Hassan is going on the Daily Show soon? Jordan Klepper was at his house recently. Yes, I did see that. I want you to understand something, chat. That the whole fantasy of Dan Saltzman and Destiny and Ethan Klein, that they would do any kind of damage to us as like political figures, has so thoroughly failed. So completely and utterly and thoroughly failed that there is 0% play, 0% juice. They failed completely. All right, let me find this thing. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, dude. The Democrats' 2028 frontrunner is AOC? Ben Shapiro.
She's like an 80-year-old leftist in a used bookstore. I mean, she may look fresh, but she's as stale as an abandoned futon on the street. It's like, I listen to her, I go, I heard that at Berkeley in 1983. So their problem is, and the reason why they don't have any ideas is they operate on half opinions. Like, what if we get rid of...
My favorite idea is that the left is out of ideas. Bro, you guys don't have anything. You're like randomly throwing shit against the wall and attacking trans kids playing high school sports. That's your fucking boogeyman. You guys are totally you're defunct. What are you gonna do? Cut taxes on the rich again? Like, what ideas do you guys have? What are you talking about?
Cash bail. Oh, let's do it. What happens? You have repeat criminals wreaking havoc.
Okay, what happened in Philadelphia, chat? Philadelphia hired, most progressive DA. I was told Philadelphia saw remarkable decrease in violent crime in 2024. DA says. Police data shows this year, Philadelphia has seen a 17% drop so far in violent crime over last year, a year in which District Attorney Larry Krasner said the city saw its largest drop in homicides in history. We have a George Soros DA, Larry Krasner, that the right-wing Democrats and Republicans tried to impeach. And he has the largest decrease in violent crime in Philadelphia history, the largest decrease in violent crime in the entire country. Progressive DA. I thought that was a disaster. Wait a minute. I thought the left was out of ideas. Depending on what circles you frequent on social media, you might not have noticed, but last year, Philadelphia saw one of its lowest rates of homicide in decades. For example, so far this year, the Philadelphia Police Department reports that total violent crimes, including rape, murder, and other offenses, are down 17% from the same time last year. Last year was a record-setting year in Philadelphia for improvement in public safety. It was a record-setting year in the United States for improvement in public safety insofar as homicide and gun violence categories, the Democratic District Attorney said. Does that mean that Philadelphia is peaceful? No. But, like, the idea, like, these fuckers are stupid.
What if we have sanctuary cities? Hey, let's do it. What happens? You have rapists and killers, finding sanctuary, safe haven. What if we give trans rights that we don't have?
That's not what sanctuary means. Like, they just lie blatantly.
Well, you just ruin women's sports.
Thank you, Colin Gatton, for the 20 gifties.
You ruin safe spaces. You make kids.
You ruined women's sports. What the fuck are they talking about?
Lives hell, but you don't think about. They never think about what their ideas incentivize.
Conservatives, folks, are fucking stupid. All right, hold on. Watch some libs for a second.
Got a lot of stuff to get to before we do that, though. So this one just came across my radar. Senator Lisa Murkowski, the Republican of Alaska, she's one of these Republicans who's viewed as like one of the most moderate
She's often very concerned. Yeah.
Yeah, she is the very concerned one, right? And she was at some event, and this is raising eyebrows because of her reaction, but she basically talks about, like, she's asked about, like, hey, what do you say to people who are afraid? And here's her reaction.
What are you going to have to say to people who are afraid? Or who represent people who are afraid? We are all afraid. Okay? That's what I've stated. But we are, we're in a time and a place where I don't know. I certainly have not. I have not been here before. And I'll tell you, I'm oftentimes very anxious myself about using my voice because retaliation is real, and that's not right. But that's what you've asked me to do. And so I'm going to use my voice to the best of my ability. And sometimes it will be viewed in a way that, well, that's pretty confrontational. And other times it's going to be using my mother's charm that I learned as a young girl and in direct communication with those that I have made relationships with and am able to affect some change that way. But I've got to figure out how I can do my best to help the many who are so anxious and are so afraid.
Yeah, so I don't know. I kind of have mixed feelings about that. You are in the majority party, and, you know, she's basically explaining how, like, she's afraid too. I'm afraid too. And it's like, we kind of need you to be one of the people that steps the fuck up right now. So apparently in the first term, she voted with Trump over 70% of the time, right? And she always, I'm concerned, but then she usually votes with them.
Right.
Right? Like, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I'm sure when it comes to Trump's picks, she was, like, through the roof voting in favor of them.
Right.
And now these are the stormtroopers enacting fascism right in front of our eyes.
Yeah. And I mean, listen, I haven't followed every word she said. I haven't seen her say anything about the mass project of disappearing people into foreign gulag in El Salvador. You know, seems like something you might want to raise your voice about, kind of an important one right there. So I had the same reaction you did of like, it's refreshing in a sense to hear her honestly give her reaction there of like, I'm afraid too, and the retaliation is real. And, you know, it's scary times and it shouldn't be that way. And of course, we know that is the case. We see the retaliation, and we're going to talk later about Harvard. We see the media. We see these law firms. We see the way that they're going after the entire state of Maine. And also, we've seen the way that Republicans specifically, like the Liz Cheneys of the world, who've stood up against Trump and broken from him. I mean, they become targets. They become villains. And I'm sure that they feel that their safety is at risk and everything else. So, you know, it's nice to hear her acknowledge that. But then it's like, okay, but what are you going to do? Where is that voice? You say that they sent you there to have that voice. And of all the Republicans in the House or the Senate, she is the one that has the most political independence, because they tried to take her. She was able to win a write-in campaign previously. They tried to take her out. She was able to succeed. Alaska has a little bit different politically, et cetera. So she can claim the most sort of like political separation and mandate separate apart from just being part of the party of Trump or just being a Republican. She has the most room to operate. But, you know, if she's going to be part of standing up against the lawlessness, authoritarianism, and fascism, I haven't really seen that yet.
But this is what the fascists rely on, right? The implicit threats.
That's right.
The like, hey, maybe I'll turn my mob on you or whatever.
Yeah, it's the obeying in advance. That's what it is.
But if we all stay together, there's nothing they could do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and
like if everybody stands up, what are you going to do? You're going to come after literally every single one of us? No, you're not.
That's what
Fuck
we've
off.
seen too. And I do think the courts, I think the universities, I think the law firms are learning. Like if you, like Columbia University, they're like, all right, we'll go along with what you want. We're going to follow your, you know, we're going to do your thing that you asked us to do. And then that's not enough. Now we're going to take over your Middle Eastern Studies department. That's not enough. Now we're going to put you under a consent decree. Like it's never enough. If you give an inch to fascists, they're just going to continue to push, continue to push, continue to push. The only answer is a solidarity and a standing up to them. And yeah, we haven't seen that from any of the Republicans.
Yeah,
this time
ironically,
around.
the only thing they respect is strength.
Yeah.
This is why Trump, he
That's
looks at
the only
other
chance you have.
authoritarian leaders. He looks at other authoritarian leaders and he's like, oh, those guys are impressive. Those guys are interesting. I like those guys. And that's why you see him like cowering in the face of China now when China's like, get on your knees and beg. You started the trade war. Get on your knees and beg. We're not changing anything. We're going to escalate too. You need to fix it, right? So that's effectively, you need to do the same thing domestically. These guys got to hit a fucking brick wall.
Yeah.
If they don't hit a brick wall, I mean,
They're going to keep going. They're going to keep going until someone stops them.
That's right. And to that point, so Axios has this thing. I guess they talked to some Democrats about, you know, all the chatter around Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what they say. So this is from Axios. The sentiment within the party about rallying behind deportees is not universal.
Oh, my God.
The second House Democrat who spoke anonymously, a centrist, called the deportation issue a soup du jour, arguing Trump is setting a trap for the Democrats, and like usual, we're falling for it.
Oh, my God.
Quote, rather than talking about the tariff policy and the economy, the thing where his numbers are tanking, we're going to take the bait for one hairdresser, they said, likely referring to Andre Hernandez Romero. So, first of all, literally wrong on the polling merits. Like, this is not remotely popular.
Right.
Defying a court order, this person is totally innocent, and of course the polls show deporting innocent people is fucking in the toilets, of course. But even if that wasn't the case, can you imagine the degree of, like, political pundit brain rot you have to have in order to make a point? Deporting totally innocent people who did nothing wrong to a slave labor gulag that might be a death camp and saying you never get out under any circumstances. And by the way, 75 to 90%.
Well, having a prison where nobody gets out, but you put people there without having a court case, that's a literal concentration camp. If people are just put in there without ever having their rights adjudicated and not having what's known as habeas corpus, that's literally like pre-Magna Carta shit. That's fascism. That's tyranny.
People who are there are totally innocent according to all the report. Looking at that and going, well, I've done my political calculations and I've come to the conclusion this is not the most effective issue for us. What the fuck? You have no morality. Just like Chris Cillizza. Tell everybody what Chris Cillizza said. That was fucking insane.
Yeah. He says, let me make the case for why Democrats should not keep talking so much about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Stick with me here. The Dow Jones dropped almost 700 points. The NASDAQ dropped. The head of the Federal Reserve said inflation was likely to go up. Did you hear about that? Any of it? Probably not, because the lead story on every homepage and every hour of cable TV was Garcia. The simple fact is that there can be only one dominant news story at a time, and right now it's clearly the legal and political fight over the deportation of Garcia. Now ask yourself, which issue is better politically for Democrats, immigration or tariffs? First of all, I completely reject the framing that you can only talk about one thing, only get attention on one thing. I think that is utter and complete garbage nonsense.
100%.
Putting that aside, you have no soul. You have no morals. You have no values whatsoever. You have no conscience. And this is actually, this type of thinking, I think, is precisely why Democrats have been losing.
Of course, because it's like you don't believe in anything.
You don't believe in anything. And this is, even if it was just, quote unquote, just about this one innocent man being locked in a torture dungeon for life, people should fight. People should be upset. But this is not just about one man. This is about all of us.
That's right. That could be you, Chris Cillizza, you dumb bitch.
This is about this administration's ability to kidnap whoever they want and lock them in a dungeon forever with no due process whatsoever. That is what this is about. And if they can do it to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they can do it to you, Chris Cillizza. They can do it to me. They can do it to you. They can do it to whoever they want.
There's no due
long
process.
as they get the planes in the air before anyone can say anything, they have found, one of the judges described it as a path to perfect lawlessness. That is why this administration is fighting so hard with regard to this one individual. And that is why we all, anyone with a shred of integrity or conscience, should be fighting so hard to make sure that he is returned, that Andre, the gay makeup artist, is returned, that all of the people who were sent there. Because think about that, even the ones who were criminals, this is worse treatment than we give serial killers in this country who get due process and get locked up in a supermax. This is vastly worse. They don't get any time outside. They barely get fed. There's 65, 70 people locked in a cell, no mattresses, no sheets. I mean, and a lot of questions about what else is going on there as well. Rife with human rights abuses. The whole point of this place is you never come out. That is the point. So you tell me what you think. What other things do you think are going on there?
And by the way, we should be clear with our language. These aren't deportations. These are kidnappings.
Yeah, that's
Deportation
right.
implies
That's
some
right.
level of due process.
Right.
There was no due process.
And being
this
sent
is kidnapping
back
and this
to
is
your
human
country.
trafficking.
These people are not even from this country. You sent them to a foreign gulag in a third country, and Trump is out saying, I mean, how dumb can you be? He says, the homegrowns are next. Bukele is said he's going to double the capacity.
Yeah.
And that it's up to the U.S. to fill it. That's what he said.
But Chris Cillizza thing, it's only going to be the bad ones, so I'm okay with that. It's only the bad ones. You're right, because
that's what we've seen.
Yeah, and like you trust the judgment of this administration to determine who's bad and who's not. One more point. So first of all, Chris Cillizza, you're a fucking monster. You're a disgusting human being. Second of all, this argument that he's making reminds me of
like isn't this like the average ridiculous bullshit of just liberals in general and centrists and how they feed into fascism? It is, they just give in on everything. They think that public opinion can't be changed. They don't think that you should ever fight for anything. They think you should chase along whatever the day-to-day polling is and never stand for anything, never believe in anything, never have a narrative, never have an argument. Pathetic.
2028 Democratic primary draft. Which,
I agree with everything. She was going to be my first pick, and I can't conceal that now, right? Because of some of the polling, because she has this kind of progressive lane, probably not to herself, because she is.
I went bold with the first pick, with taking the first pick, and my first pick itself is going to be a little bit bold.
Oh no, are you going to steal my pick? Okay, Galen, reveal your pick.
Okay, my first pick of the first round draft is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Sorry, I mean, let's say it's Substack. We can say whatever we want. That was going to be my fucking first pick. Oh my God. We
Nate,
both
I think we spent
are
too much time
on the AOC bus.
I think we've spent too much time together. We share a brain at this point. But I will make my argument nonetheless. I think there's a lot of points in her favor at this very moment. But I'll look to the data first, given who we are. In a Yale poll just out this week, AOC has the highest net favorability rating of any of the Democrats that they asked about. So she's positive 62%. Harris is second. She's very close. She's net positive 59%. So that means that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has broad appeal across the Democratic Party, and there's a lot of people who could potentially get on board with her. But I think equally important is the fact that she has very fervent support. I think a lot of people are going to run in 2028, and it's going to be a contest for attention and getting those sort of people who might be in your boat to turn out and stay with you through thick and thin. And I think that's Ocasio-Cortez. Like, the media is kind of obsessed with her, and they're going to follow her every move, which means she'll be able to keep the attention on her throughout the primary process. And she's going to have somewhere in the range of, I don't know, 20% of the primary electorate, especially if Bernie Sanders doesn't run, who will probably be with her no matter what. And in the Iowa caucuses, in even New Hampshire, which is known as being kind of moderate, that's going to get you a lot of bang for your buck when there's still like 20 people running alongside you. I think that, you know, as we dig deeper, if you want to talk about wins above replacement data, she hasn't done particularly well in her district recently, but the first time she ran, she outperformed the Republican by almost 10 percentage points based on where we would have expected her to be.
Well, she's not running as a local politician, exactly. I mean, like, you know, I thought it was a few years ago she opposed the Amazon.
They're going to try to Cetrus Voltron her, but I don't think this is what's different. I don't think average everyday liberals are actually trickable in the same way they were in 2020 and 2016. Also, Donald Trump can't run again. So this is a unique opportunity to have, and it's going to be completely open race, term limited out president, no clear front runner. And so it's going to be wide open and wild. And there's going to be a 50 fucking people running for president. And so I don't think the Centrist Voltron shit is going to work. Now, the reality is there's a couple people that are going to be the centrist candidates, Booker and Buttigieg. So the question is whether AOC can outshine them or not. That's really what it is.
Factory that was going to go up in Queens. Like, I thought that was probably bad from like a local politics standpoint. I'm not talking about the substance of it. But look, I agree with everything. She was going to be my first pick, and I can't conceal that now, right? Because of some of the polling, because she has this kind of progressive lane, probably not to herself, because she is younger and media savvy. I mean, look, in polls, if she were to try to primary Chuck Schumer, she's now ahead in those polls. And New York Democrats are actually a pretty moderate lot. You know, I'm not registered as a Democrat in New York, but I might be like, hey, look, at least this is somebody who like understands how like the average American like thinks nowadays. Now, she's very young. I don't know that she's sure to run. I don't know what happens if she decides in the interim she wants to run for Senate or governor or something else and then loses. Maybe that probably is a risk factor. So there are things, and I also think you're going to have like concerns about quote unquote electability. But like, she would have been my first pick. She was going to be my dark horse. So let me. I want to bring the tote board over here so I don't have to keep going back and forth. So give me 1 second here, guys.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I mean, I just want to add, I think she's going to run. If you've been following her moves in terms of her Fight Oligarchy tour, in terms of the kind of content she's putting out on social media, also, she has learned a lot as a politician since those early days of opposing Amazon, and especially those early days of the abolish ICE stuff that was very unpopular ultimately. If you listen to her message today, it's all about the economy, and she's really hitting Trump on, I think, his most obvious weakness most quickly, which is the number of billionaires in his cabinet. He seems to be serving like playing to the tech elite and serving people who are ultimately not the median voter in America. And I think one advantage that she has in a Democratic primary is that as a woman of color, she's not forced to talk about identity all the time because she's sort of self-evidently different from any of the like white guys running. And she doesn't have to prove her bona fides there. At the same time, I think progressives have learned, like, stick to the economic message, because what you have to say about the social and cultural state of affairs in America broadly isn't popular. And I think she knows that. And I think she won't be sort of like forced into a corner of Pete Buttigieg being like, okay, well, why can you represent a racially diverse party as like this white guy from Indiana, now Michigan?
Do you guys think that's gonna work? You think people are gonna fall, like she's gonna be able to do that to Pete Buttigieg? He'll just be like, you're being homophobic.
I think the Democratic Party has probably gotten over that a little bit, but not entirely, and especially not in a Democratic primary that's going to play out in the most liberal corners of America.
I definitely don't think that's true. I think that people are very comfortable attacking. A white man is going to always be attacked as a white man on the left. Like, they're always going to be like, bodies and spaces. It's always going to be a strain. It will always, always, always exist. Like, people are always going to be like, oh, you're straight. Oh, you're white. Oh, you're a man. Like, they're always going to do that. And the thing is, though, I don't think it's really effective as a strategy for AOC. I think that would actually be damaging for her in the long run. I think AOC should present herself as a competent political figure and argue her ideas, not her identity. Let her identity speak for itself. That's what success. That's the successful path. Just going like, you know, people bring up identity when they have nothing else to say, right? Bernie Sanders didn't beat his chest going, I'll be the first Jewish man elected. Like, no, he was talking about what you care about and your family. And I think like everybody could see that she's a young Latina woman. She doesn't need to say, I'm a young Latina woman. It's plain on her face. It's as clear as day. And so she can just speak beyond that and really, really just dominate those guys, because they're going to be saying that shit. And it's just, you know, that's how you separate yourself, in my opinion.
No, and look, she navigated, for example, the Israel-Palestine stuff, which is a very difficult issue for any Democrat. She navigated that more carefully. I don't want to, you know, more carefully than other Democrats did, right? I mean, and she's made missteps. I mean, I think she kind of like, along with Bernie, kind of re-endorsed Biden at the end when clearly that was a train to nowhere and electoral defeat ultimately. But she's a canny politician. She's charismatic. She is one of the more visible figures in the party. And like, yeah, the anti-oligarch message, you don't have to love the term oligarch. It sounds a little bit old-fashioned, but like, that's pretty relevant when like Elon Musk.
Oligarch refers to the government, but she's really talking about the rich. She's really talking about Elon Musk. She's really talking about billionaires. And also saying stuff that people don't know also makes them ask more questions. Be like, what's an oligarchy? And then people are like, oh, that's when the rich rule the country. And everybody has a moment where they're like, yeah, that's true. This country is run by the rich. It invites a conversation, which is why sometimes having a little bit of mystery is good, because it causes people to interact. They're doing the oligarchy. What's an anti-oligarchy? What's oligarchy? Oligarchy is this. Oh, yeah. You get people nodding their head. It's not a bad thing, actually, to do a little bit of that.
Musk is, although I guess now kind of getting like demoted, but basically like, you know, the second most powerful person in the government right now. So, okay, so my first pick.
Go for it.
So this is, I had this pick originally first, and last night I'm like, it's just got to be AOC, right? In fact, I was going to say, I'm going to defer to you, but I think that I'm now ahead 5-0. I got a 5-point bonus for going second. I'm going to take Josh Shapiro, which is kind of the predictable pick.
We share a brain, Nate. We share.
Josh Shapiro is probably the one that I would say is the least likely to be president. And the reason why is because I've actually seen Josh Shapiro act. He's hackneyed. He is, he's got absolutely no vision. He's the donor pick. The donors like him. The AIPAC likes him. But as far as like regular people, he ain't got, he's a dud. He's a fucking dud. All right, everybody. That's where I'm going to call it for today. That's where I'm going to call it for today. I'm going to send you guys, gals, non-binary pals, to a friend of the show, someone who I really admire, somebody who is super fun and interesting and intelligent, a member of the Content Cop, and an incredibly based content creator who I wholeheartedly endorse 100,000%, Sean DeBlack. Really cool guy. It's so funny because when he hit partner, it was super fun to take him around the partner party in TwitchCon. That's the last time we hung out in person, I think. Wait, no. We hung out another time. I need to invite him out to like Korean barbecue or something. Get him as fat as me.